for the leaders and pioneers in the finance space. With that, if I could now request the team to show us today's event audiovisual. Ladies and gentlemen, BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network of spanning across 24 plus niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals, be it domestic as well as in the global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has the massive leadership in the digital space as well. In its portfolio, having 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conclusive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of the development, we request you to please subscribe to the Businessworld Group magazines, which are laid out on your tables today. It will add to your professional quest of knowledge as well as insight. There are exciting offers as well for attendees of all events. Our latest issue, however, dives deeply into the highly competitive Indian paints sector. The market leaders are recalibrating their strategies as margins come under pressure. This package has insights from the industry insights such as Asian Paints, Birla Opus, Berger, Nerolac and much more. The issue also has a special package which ranks India's top engineering schools, featuring perspectives from leaders of top engineering institutes in the country. So as you can see from what I'm saying is that there is so much scope in the magazine and so much knowledge for all of you to garner. But before we begin, we'd also request you to reach out to the registration counter if you ever have any confusion or any query on the same. But before we start today's summit, may I now request the BW team to play in the community AV to give us a glimpse of the journey of the BW CFO world for your viewing. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels, and also on www.bwcfoworld.com. So, we'd urge you to share that website across your colleagues and teams. As we flag off today's event, I'd also encourage every one of you to join us with conversations and share your learnings with our hashtag BWBestCFO as one word. We'd encourage your key insights on the same. But before I move forward with today's proceedings, I would also like to thank our partners for today. Knowledge Partner EY, Associate Partner Resurgent India, Event Partners The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Pandrim, and Bailey Coffee. May I please request the partner audiovisuals to now be screened on the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'd now like to proceed towards for the opening remarks. I would like to call upon a serial entrepreneur, media mogul, journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. We're talking about none other than the chairman and editor-in-chief, BW Businessworld, and founder, Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra, for his welcome remarks.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Mystery for being here on time. We started a little late, so apologies for that. The rain and people were still on the way. Mr. Mystery doesn't really need an introduction to any audience, but just to contextualize and be factual about it, he's the non-executive chairman of FDFC Life Insurance Company and HDFC, also German Insurance Company Limited. He's also the former vice chairman and CEO of HDFC Limited. To Mumbai in India, he's no stranger. The world of finance is dominated by chartered accountants who studied chartered accountancy and learned a lot more out of that. So clearly, Mr. Mistry is one of those who formally studied CA but went on to contribute to building large iconic organizations. Thank you, Mr. Mistry. We look forward to your press. Please give a big round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscles. So you're doing, if your yoga guy comes in the morning, he tells you to clap. So I'm not charging you for clapping. Okay. But on a serious note, normally I don't make PowerPoint presentations. week. And if we put together all that's happened in terms of the bridge collapsing, the building getting fired in Noida and in Uttarakhand, the Air India crash, the Iran-Israel standoff, it seems like, astrologers sometimes get something right, sometimes. And then we have a president who is not only damaging the reputation of his country and the influence of his country. And I have a 10-year visa. We'll see. Though my friends tell me not to talk about it, but I think he's clearly not fit to be president. Not that I have any vote there. My daughter lives there, but he's not only damaging the influence of the US, he's also, whatever he's doing doesn't make sense. One day he praises Putin, the other day he says Putin is a mass murderer, then another 2 weeks later at G7 he again praises Putin. So I don't know what he has for breakfast, but clearly what's happening in the unusual and what happens in the US does impact all of us. It impacts our businesses, it impacts, and sentiment rules the world, especially the world of finance. You're deploying capex when you're taking business. So clearly it's a very chaotic world out there. I read this book a couple of months back, maybe 10 weeks back, 2.5 months back. And it basically says that we give ourselves too much credit for our success and too little, to providence, serendipity. And this book is called Fluke. It's called Fluke. It's, while this is the book I read, and there are many stories and mostly happy stories in the book, but there is a sad story. There is a lady and a gentleman. They work for the same company, and they're somewhere in some cities in the US, and they come to New York, and the girl gets a tie for the gentleman, and he wears on his shirt that he's wearing that day, but he says it's not looking good. So he says, I'll go to my hotel, change the shirt, put the tie on the shirt, that looks good. He goes to his hotel, it's a real story, and he's ironing his shirt. The girl goes to the office, they work in the same office, they have a relationship. The office is in Twin Towers, the planes come, hit the Twin Towers, she dies, and he survives. I mean, this is a sad story in the book, there are happy stories in the book. And in Pahalgam, we've heard stories that, we were at a food stall, we ate food, the food had too much salt, so we reordered. We got late by 1 hour, so we got saved. This lady who missed a flight in Ahmedabad by 10 minutes, she couldn't board the flight, and she got saved. And there are many other stories that, again, there are conspiracy theories about Donald Trump and the attempt to assassinate him. But the fact that if he hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place. So serendipity in my life, I can say people I've met, collaborated, partnered, sometimes people we've hired, employed. A lot of it is serendipity. It's a lovely book. I'm a Hindu, Mr. Mistry. I believe in Prarabdha, I believe in preordainment. So clearly, while we do what we do, because we don't know the future, this is a book that clearly humbles you. And it's a beautiful storytelling. I think at your age and with your wisdom, you don't really need more wisdom, but it's good storytelling. Now I know we live in an era where, of course, we want to make an impact on society. Of course, we want to create stakeholder value and shareholder value. When I was in a business school 30 years back, we had a prof from Kellogg who used to teach us economic value added. Today we are talking about what is the social impact we are making. What are we doing for our planet? This is a book I'm not endorsing. There's currently, let me say in video so that legally last year was a watershed year. I know the media industry a little bit. It was a watershed year for media advertising because ADEX crossed $1 trillion, almost $1.1 trillion. $360 billion in traditional media advertising and about $650 billion on digital. Out of the 650, 450 plus goes to two companies. I don't have to tell you, Meta and Google. This is a book about one of them. It's written by a former head of public policy at Meta. It's not a very flattering book. I will only leave it. But it basically says large companies only care about money, especially in tech. The founders only care about money and their influence, and they do a tango with rogue regimes. They don't care about what our children are seeing or their children are seeing. I mean, I know our roles in, I am a founder of a business, I have invested. My role is to maximize return, but I'm in the media business also about impact and positive contribution, and they go hand in hand. So my mother passed away almost 8 months back, 7 months and 20 days back. And this is a book that came to me 2 days after my mother, the publisher sent it to me, since then I bought 200-300 copies, gifted it to my friend. And I know, I meet lots of founders of large companies, mid-sized startups, meet CXOs and what I do. And sir, I know what is Cactus AI, because you do work for publishers, digital solutions. I met you on the way, Mr. Modi. Again, we are very proud of what we build, and rightly so. If you've done the right thing, built whatever you built rightly, you should be happy and in a nice way value it. And there is, I'll come to this last slide, but there is, I don't know Hebrew, but it's again lovely storytelling. Books are about storytelling. Sometimes there's nothing new, it's what you know, but it contextualizes and reinforces. It basically says that there was a rabbi who carried 2 pieces of paper in his 2 different pockets. On one he wrote Bishivali Nivra Holam, which means for my sake the world was created. I am the center of the world. Ahem Brahmasmi. Ego. And the other he wrote Wah Anoki Afar, Wah Afar, which meant I am but dust and ashes. He would take out each slip of paper as necessary as a reminder to himself. For those who were married, don't bring out the first slip, second one's better. But basically, again, whatever we do matters, but we are so interconnected with each other, what happens. So we are really worried, our actions are significant, but they're also insignificant. And you know this, I don't have to tell you now. Going back, since I was going to talk to an audience of business leaders and contextualize what you'll say, we live in a world of Gen AI, and Mark Cuban posted 3 days back, Mr. Mystery, that in 2 years, there will be no difference between what is a fake video and a real video. And hence the value of face-to-face will go up even more. I used to say that in COVID, that we could have done this on Zoom or video platform, but here we are, you made time to come. These are the industry, and this is from a McKinsey presentation. These are the industry that is growing. E-commerce in the next 30, 14, 15 years to 20 trillion, it may cross that, because we said singularity will happen in 2034. It looks like it's happened much earlier. And the AI singularity is also, it's happening as we speak. In the next couple of months, AI software industry is will be 5 trillion, cloud services 3.4 trillion, electric vehicles 3.2, digital ads 3 trillion. And again, because of the e-commerce, there will be more correlation about where you spend and what is the impact on leads and sales. That's what's happening in our business. Semiconductors 2.4, autonomous vehicles again 2.3 trillion, space 1.6 trillion, cybersecurity 1.2 trillion. We had an escalation with Pakistan, and we know the role of electronic warfare, if I can say, drone, they jam the planes, so on and so forth. Molecular construction also, there's so much advancement in the area of mind, body, soul. I was fortunate enough to do a conversation with Deepak Chopra in October when he came. We did a Businessworld dialogue with him, and he talked about the fact that we would be able to cure yourself through AR, VR. And it sounds like sci-fi, but it's true. So this is what's happening. And I want to, CFOs, CXOs, are very busy people, founders. I only want to say this is a book I read 20 years back, and after my mother passed away, she lived till almost 84. So I'm grateful to God. You can look at glass half full or half empty. Nobody wants to let go their loved one. But has anybody read this book? I read it 20 years back. Yes. So what did you take away from it? Okay, I have not read it, so I'm going to look that up and buy. I couldn't have talked, Mr. Mystery, about finance and business. Can't match you. You're a Parsi and with your tall achievements. But I thought I'll be philosophical. There's a book which basically says the message that I took away, and I reread it 2 months back. I read it 20 years back. It basically is Mr. Mori is dying and he's in a hospital, and Mr. Mitch Albom is a sports journalist and he was a student of Mr. Mori. So he learns that he's dying, so he goes to the hospital, and then every Tuesday he goes and talks to him. And the gist of the book is, you may take a different takeaway, but mine, and I think that's what the intention is, spend time with your loved ones. Money, everything. Well, your parents, your children, wife, brother, sister, very close friends, whoever your loved ones are, because in a pursuit of our goals, we sometimes tend to forget that, right? So I just wanted to bring it top of mind. I just want to say that the role of a CFO is a Chief Futuristic Officer. We are building the CFO community very early days. We have 24 B2C and B2B communities. We have a long way. And Sagar, I need that Air India article. 3 weeks back we did this article. I mean, nobody would have been untouched by the really sad thing that happened. But we wrote, one of our senior journalists wrote this article. It came in the magazine later, but it was written exactly 21 days back. It was online 21 days back. And it talked about how Air India is rickety, there's no maintenance, and the cop guys were calling, and rather than engaging with the facts, they were like, I'll leave it. But the fact is, media does get something right. And today, unfortunately, my first business is Exchange for Media, which is the #1 website on marketing, advertising, media. Media is subdued. We can do much more real reporting and honest reporting. We don't even get enough info. What is real? We live in war of narratives, and people are controlling that, whether it's large business people or the government stakeholders. But media also does, not only us. There is a lot of media platforms that get a lot of things right, even in this environment. You have to read the whole article. It's in the last issue of Print and Bhavna. You're talking about the paints issue, which is the last issue. The current issue is the auto issue. But I want to leave it here and say that I wish you luck. I want to end by saying the 3 things matter to your company's longevity, which is first your personal longevity. So sleep 8 hours. India is a sleep deprived nation. Most CXOs sleep 6 hours average. We've done a research with 1200 CXOs. Second is, Donald Trump is wrong about a lot of things. He's wrong about climate change. He famously said climate change is a hoax. It's clearly, he said, look at the disruption of temperatures in India. Forget everything. Forget scientific journals, Nature and all. Trump would not have read them ever, right? So clearly, in whatever we do, we have to have climate consciousness, and a lot of organizations represented in the room, I have the list and I have the agenda, are clearly doing a lot to deeply contribute to Mother Earth. We can't nurture Mother Earth nurtures us. But in whatever you do, please do sleep 8 hours. A lot of my friends are sleep deprived. Young people are dying very early because sleep is the single most factor for good health and mindfulness and longevity. I had the AC on too much in the hotel, and I got cold, and that disturbed my sleep. It's very difficult when you don't sleep well to focus on anything. But I wish you luck. I look forward to learn a lot from each of you, and thank you for your time and patronage. CFOs are the architects of India. They're not just the architects of their companies. They're truly chief future officers, and their ability to be able to, in some way, calibrate the future builds impactful initiatives, businesses, and lasting balance sheets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a resounding round of applause. And as he rightly said, CFOs being the chief futuristic officers, and now we have somebody as renowned as our speaker, whom he rightly spoke about. For our keynote session on CFO as strategic growth architects, bridging economic uncertainty with government excellence, we are extremely elated that we have none other than the non-executive chairman, HDFC Life Insurance Company Limited and HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company Limited, former vice chairman and CEO of HDFC Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Keki Mistry.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here today. And let me thank Dr. Batra and Businessworld for inviting me to speak to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate all the winners today. It's also good to meet and interact with a number of bright finance professionals or future leaders of the country. In the next few minutes, I'd like to give you my perspective on India's immense long-term growth potential and also talk briefly about the increasing focus on governance by investors worldwide and a critical role played by CFOs. Let me first start with my perspective on the Indian economy. Against the extremely uncertain global backdrop and geopolitical risk, India has increasingly been in the spotlight for being the fastest growing major economy. I'm extremely optimistic about the long-term future of our economy. India's economic progress has surpassed global expectations, as it was better able to manage its economy due to a confluence of factors such as sound government policies, strong The government has kept the fiscal deficit under control. For financial year 2025, fiscal deficit has been revised downwards to 4.8% from the earlier estimate of 4.9%. According to the finance minister, deficit is expected to further moderate to 4.4%. Stand at under 0.5%. The balance sheets of the corporate sector are now significantly stronger than ever before, with a much lower level of net leverage. The RBI is being acknowledged globally for its very effective supervision of the Indian financial sector and for guiding economic growth without the tearaway inflation that the Western countries faced. India's foreign exchange reserves are at a very comfortable level of just under $700 billion, which covers over 12 months of imports, making India the fourth largest holder of reserves after China, Japan, and Switzerland. The RBI has intervened time and again to contain volatility and ensure orderly movement of the rupee. Measures are being implemented to ensure macroeconomic and financial stability. Dollar-rupee exchange rate has been a little volatile because of the various uncertainties that are growing up in the world, which Dr. Batra talked about. Currently, when I saw last, was about 86.25, which is about a 3.5% depreciation compared to what it was. And typically, one would expect a depreciation of around 2 to 3.5% year on year over a period of time. Financial penetration in India is extremely low, which implies a huge potential for growth. For example, the mortgage to GDP ratio in India stands at 11% compared to between 20 and 30% in most East Asian economies, 69% in the UK and 52% in the US. We are only 12%, less than 12%. Insurance penetration in India stands at 3.8% of GDP compared to a global average of 7% of GDP. Similarly, India's mutual fund penetration is 20% of GDP compared to 149% in the US and 75% in the UK. With a population of about 1.4 billion people, 45 million or just about 3% invest in mutual funds. This is slightly dated. The numbers may be a little higher as we speak today. The potential to grow, therefore, is enormous. In 2014, the combined assets under management of all mutual funds amounted to 10 trillion rupees, and in 3 years in 2017, it doubled to 20 trillion rupees. As of January 2025, assets under management of mutual funds touched an all-time high of 67.25 trillion rupees. Interestingly, 55 to 60% of the investor base is retail. It took the BSE Sensex about 21 years from 1986 to December 2007 to touch 20,000 points. In the last 5 years from May 2020 till now, the BSE Sensex has increased from about 34,000 points to about 81,000 points currently, which is about a 140% increase in 5 years. With the increase in penetration of smartphones and with internet connections facilitating ease of doing online transactions, there has been a sharp rise in demat accounts from about 40 million in financial year 2020 to about 162 million currently. Flagship government programs such as the JAM Treaty have helped in implementing direct benefit transfers on a massive scale. The introduction of unified payment interface that allows customers to make digital payments using a smartphone is helping India to transform into a cashless society. UPI is the most preferred payment product by volume, accounting for 79.7% of the total transactions in financial year 2024 compared to 36% in financial year 2023. According to a PwC report, UPI will achieve a milestone of 1 billion daily transactions by 2027. Lastly, India is expected to be a $1 trillion digital economy by financial year 2027, which will be one-fifth of the economy at that time. To conclude this section, the long-term macroeconomic fundamentals in India remain very strong. India should continue to leverage its strength in technology. I expect the reform process to continue in the months and years ahead. A government that is focused on growth, a very well-regulated financial sector, and enormous growth opportunities in the economy make India a perfect destination for foreign capital. Let me now come to the next part of my talk and briefly speak on the increasing focus on governance worldwide, as well as the critical role played by CFOs in today's world. Global investors are extremely cautious in identifying the companies where they invest. One of the main focus areas is good governance. These investors are willing to pay a big premium to companies where governance practices are perceived to be strong. As a result, a majority of Indian companies are aware that robust governance has a premium, and that if their policies and practices do not meet the highest ethical standards, they will be exposed to serious reputational risks which would impact their business. Consequently, several Indian companies have tried to imbibe international best practices in corporate governance. The role of the board is continually evolving. The board is a custodian of the company's culture and has to set the tone at the top. It has to provide critical oversight and strategic support. It has to also facilitate long-term planning and from time to time challenge the management's strategic thinking. The board must bring in different perspectives to help think through difficult situations. We should occasionally push management to consider difficult what-if questions on a range of issues so that the company can be better prepared to meet any kind of contingency. The role of the CFO should be to provide guidance and support to the CEO in taking decisions, particularly during difficult times, and ensuring that a company emerges from any crisis it may face stronger and more resilient. The CFO, in addition to his other responsibilities, has to play a special role in identifying weaknesses and addressing areas in governance where improvement is possible. The role of the CFO has evolved significantly over the last several years. In the 1960s, CFO and perhaps the early part of the 1970s, CFOs were unfairly caricatured as drab bookkeepers who went about their jobs with clinical precision. Their role was limited to accounting, taxation, and MIS, and when companies needed creative solutions and innovative marketing approaches, many CFOs would not be at the table. Since then, the role of the CFO has been consistently evolving year after year. Today's CFOs are dynamic individuals who are highly influential and play a key role in providing operational insight and knowledge. CFOs are often now second in command to the CEO and play a pivotal role in decisions relating to fundraising, investments, capital expenditure. Interestingly, studies have shown that in both the US, UK, many of the CFOs go on to become the CEOs. This is because CFOs are more informed about the business's operations and underlying performance than anyone else in the company, as finance is one of those functions which uniquely interacts with every other aspect of the business. Apart from prudently managing the finances of the company, the CFO must be adept at understanding the existing and potential risks that a company faces. It is the CFO's responsibility to communicate complex financial information in a clear and credible manner. The CFO must also have the confidence to give impartial and objective advice, even if it may sometimes be unwelcome and may be sufficient and should be sufficiently forceful to intervene if ethical principles need to be either asserted or defended. Ethical principles and strong values are the cornerstone of a CFO. A crucial trait of a successful CFO is the ability to stand by his or her conviction. A CFO needs to be a no-nonsense executive who can focus on the key issues at stake with complete integrity and in an independent manner. The role of the CFO has to be synonymous with fair and equitable governance. Good governance can no longer be measured with the yardstick of only compliance. It has to encompass a regime of transparency and responsiveness towards all stakeholders. The CFO has an important role to play in ensuring that appropriate risk mitigation measures are implemented and that strong governance practices are followed in the company. Today, CFOs have to deal with global volatility, geopolitical risks, complex funding decisions, currency fluctuations, and managing growth plans. A CFO should be a creative thinker and flexible enough to quickly adapt to rapid changes in technology as well as in the business environment. CFOs need to challenge themselves and move out of their comfort zone. They must have a full understanding of the strategic elements of the business. After the CEO, the CFO has the most holistic sense of how strategies come together to deliver financial performance. CFOs cannot simply be reporters of results, as they are critical advisors and proactive champions for enterprise excellence. During a downturn, the company's board usually looks towards the CFO to guide them. The expectations in the CFO have become excessive. For companies in financial services, the regulatory requirement can be all consuming. There is so much focus on preventing compliance mistakes that it can sometimes pull the CFO away from being a forward-looking, strategic partner of the CEO. I would like to conclude by giving my 2 bits of advice to all the CFOs in the room. First and foremost is, and that's something I practice all my life, is always plan and think long-term, never short-term. Shareholder value should be seen not solely in terms of an organization's ability to generate short-term quarterly profits, but in terms of its ability to attend to and manage all the factors which have a bearing on its long-term success and value. A CFO needs to ensure strong financial health in the long term, which is essential for future growth. Frequently, a CFO needs to make short-term sacrifices in the interest of long-term stability. Second is build trust. Today, a CFO has to satisfy a wider basket of stakeholders, promoters, equity holders, customers, suppliers, lenders, and so on and so forth. Often their interests may actually conflict with each other. The CFO needs to treat each of these groups in a fair and equitable manner so as to build trust amongst all stakeholders. Third is aspire to be the best. A CFO must strive to be authentic, accountable, and altruistic. Organizations should foster a culture of accountability at every level. Every individual should be held responsible for any breach which can have the effect of jeopardizing the long-term goals of a company. Fourth is don't ignore risks. Warren Buffett has aptly said that risk comes from not fully understanding what you are doing. All businesses face a variety of risks, some of which come from within the organization and many of them come from outside the organization. Organizations that have been able to successfully weather different crisis situations would typically possess a wealth of accumulated experience in risk management, including at the board level. I'm confident that all of you will bring glory to the finance profession and the larger CFO community. No doubt the task ahead is challenging and an exciting one, given that the CFO's role in an organization is gaining more and more prominence. Today, a CFO is a conscious keeper of an organization. Besides assisting and fulfilling the CEO's mission, he has to comply with the board's direction and above all be a strategic decision maker. I wish all the CFOs sitting here the very best for the challenging and promising times ahead, and once again like to congratulate them. Thank you. You know, Dr. Batra, you talked briefly about fluke. I'll give you 2 instances of how fluke has affected me. 26th November 2008, I was feeling unwell. I had to go to a doctor. I had to go for a party at Taj. And I had to go to a doctor before that. The doctor got late by an hour. So I was stuck at the doctor's place. So then my wife was with me. So I said, let's forget going to Taj, let's go home. I went home, opened the TV, and I saw all the attack. Yeah. That was one instance, and the second, ironically, was 9/11. I was at the World Trade Center in that same building exactly 3 days earlier at that time, meeting Oppenheimer. So that's it. Thank you, everyone.
One of the things I prepared is, I have companies, startups that come to me. They are Gen AI companies or they are AI companies which have built tools where if a large organization has a finance function of say 300, 400 people, 200 people plus, very large organization, multiple, suppose in manufacturing, multiple manufacturing locations, they have their own accounting setups and so on. Very large, 200, 300, in some cases 400 people with them. And they showed me how they are working with some large organizations where using the Gen AI tools, their workforce can be cut from 250, definitely less than 50 people. A lot of the things that they are doing, especially compliance, MIS. I've had 2 or 4 hour presentation with this. So do you see that happening in a big way?
Such a difficult subject and such a growing subject. It's very, very. I'm on the board of TCS as well. In fact, from here I could go to the TCS office because we have a board meeting, AGM tomorrow. What we see, what the management presents to us as a board member is just amazing what AI is going to do. What you said is very correct. That 2 years from now, you will not know a real video from a fake video. Everything looks the same. And video is a very small everything. What AI is ultimately going to do 5 years later, 10 years later, unless there are regulations which will control how AI will be used, it's just completely unknown. And what was new 3 months ago is no longer new. Everybody is acting. But something new is emerging every day. So I don't know at what point of time how AI is ultimately going to get implemented, but whenever it gets implemented, it's going to be a complete and absolute new. Something we've never seen in at least in our lives.
Secondly, if every CXO's tenure is coming back, CMOs used to have 60-month tenure, which is more like 36 months. The average tenure globally of a CFO is 5 years, 8 months. It used to be 7, 8 years, 3 years back. So every CXO's tenure is coming, but CFO's role is such that continuity matters. CFOs. So what is your view on that in Indian? What are you seeing?
See, my experience over the years, I used to I ran HDFC for multiple years. We never had attrition. People remain in the same, in the same company for years and years and years. And today when I see some of the newer companies and see the level of attrition that is there, it amazes me. And I think if attrition can be controlled, then the finances of the company could become significantly better. Significantly. Your cost structure can come down dramatically. People don't leave jobs just because the salary is high or low. People leave jobs because they don't feel welcome in that organization. Because the organization has not set the right culture. So to me, to my mind, the most important thing for a CFO, along with obviously the entire team, is to create the right culture in the organization. The culture means that the people should feel happy coming to work. As the CFO or as the senior. Privately, you can call them and tell them whatever you want to do. And when something good happens, you don't take the credit. You pass the credit on to that individual. That is the kind of culture if you create, you will never significant reduction in attrition. If you get significant reduction in attrition, you will get a dramatic increase in your profitability with a significantly lower cost management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mistry. I think for his statements, let's give him a standing ovation. I think it's been such a great special address in a keynote session by none other than Mr. Mistry, who has encouraged us in knowing more about the economy of India. Also talking about how India is that perfect destination for foreign capital. He's very optimistic about India's growth, and of course, he has his talk being backed by relevant statistics, which also make us a little more hopeful on what India and its future holds. And I'm sure a lot of our CFOs and our leaders who are present here had a lot to take back from this session, and that will further drive you in your professional endeavors. Like he ended towards the end of his talk, talking about the CFO's role. In today's AI driven era, the CFO's role is evolving rapidly. From driving automation to leading enterprise wide acceleration. The CFO and AI imperative is not just about cost efficiency anymore, but it is about unlocking data driven insights, agility, and innovation. Well, to discuss this and much more, we have our eminent panelists who are going to be joining us for our first panel discussion for today. We're elated that for our discussion on CFOs and AI imperative journey from automation to enterprise acceleration, we have renowned speakers joining us, starting with our panel moderator. Let's give it up for the board member, president, and executive director, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals, Anurag Mantri. Thank you so much for joining us, Anurag. We'd also now like to welcome the CEO, India and APAC of CMG companies, Vijay Vaishnav. We're, of course, displaying the creative just for the reference of our speakers so they can be seated in that order. We'd also like to invite the CFO, Reliance General Insurance, Hemant Jain. May I also take the opportunity of inviting the Chief Financial Officer, Honeywell Automation India, and India Controller of Honeywell, Pulkit Goyal. May we also invite the CFO of Simpson Pharma Limited, Prateek Kumar Agarwal. The CFO and Head Sales, Lumina Datamatics, Ashish Jain. And the Partner Finance Transformation, EY India, Kumar Gaurav. Well, I think for the entire panel being power-packed from the start, let's give them a bigger and a mightier round of applause for all of them who took out their valuable time. And of course, we're now going to be requesting our panel moderator, Mr. Anurag Mantri, to take it forward with his panel.
Thank you so much. And Mr. and Anurag has set up the context. As Mr. said that India is a place for the future, and Anurag said that CFO is a chief future officer. I think that's it, set the context for our discussion for the AI side. I'm happy to moderate that session. I think AI is no longer only a back-end tool. I think it's the way it's emerging. It's becoming more and more on the forefront. And I'm sure at every board member and every board meeting, it's a part of the agenda and critical agenda for you. Because for the CFO, actually, it solves a lot of problems. One is that automating the lot of routine processes, and also to have a predictive future, more reliable and predictive future forecasting, as well as on the managing the risk. And it brings the CFO to actually more at a front foot in terms of the setting the strategies and defining the analytics side of it. I'm happy to have a very esteemed panel member here. And I think let me start with I will not start with the consulting side. Let me start with probably from Pulkit from automation. I think you're sitting in a center and anyway from automation side of it, I think. So I think, Pulkit, you come from automation background and all this, and the kind of background you have. So, tell me, what kind of organization structure should be put in place for regulatory readiness and ethical AI deployment?
Thank you, Anurag, for the question. Thanks also, Business World for having me over. So, before I kind of try answer, let me, try simplify this. Most of the products or services that we use normally come with a user's manual. Uh, the problem with the AI, maybe not a problem, but I think the way it is designed or integrated, I think you don't really get to see how it operates. You kind of just go to that tool, post on the websites or apps, and directly start using. What most of us ignore is, a very nice warning at the bottom, and we tend to click OK. And I must say that I don't just say, okay, most of the Indian websites don't give me a choice to disable some of the cookies. But what I'm trying to say by that is that it's extremely important to have a code of conduct, how those things should be managed. And I can tell you from my personal experience, so I see basically the three major concerns, and then I'll come to how we kind of, or I try to apply it, to regulate. And the first and the foremost is on the fairness, or some of us call it biases. Do we really know how the data is getting processed and what would be the final output that will come to me to make the decision? And let me take another example of if I have to review a draft customer contract, and which is running into several thousand or hundreds pages, am I directly relying on that artificial intelligence, to give me the final decision? Do I really know what all points or critical topics it will miss? The second issue is, of course, most common data protection and privacy. How that data is being kind of used, where is it sitting, eventually what's happening to that information, and so on and so forth. A third and the last is accountability. Imagine if something goes wrong with that tool, propped up with artificial intelligence, would be accountable. So what I kind of normally try to do is, I think when it comes to data processing, I think there are three very important things. How the data is getting processed, how the decision is being made. There are three ways which normally I would, imagine. The first one is the decision, is it being done on certain predefined criterion? If that is the case, then, the regulation will become, much more easy because you will know that what are those criterion, based on that the decision will be taken. The other one is the choices are infinite and you give the flexibility to the tool to decide. That's where things become a little bit more complex. And when the output is thrown to the user, it would actually make sense, to have certain precautionary statements to say that, okay, this is the basis on which the decision has been taken, and you would like to exercise your intelligence before you make a decision. Third and the last is data is being processed jointly by human intervention as well as artificial intervention. In such a situation, I always like to make sure that the human intervention prevails and finally takes the decision, whatever data is being kind of processed. So I would say at a high level, these are the three things, through which I kind of like to,
Okay, I think this is a critical point. What Pulkit mentioned is that one is first and foremost for any AI to work is that our own database should be very, very clear, and we should have at all one place so it can run, the tool can run actually on the database. Because if your all the internal database are not integrated, your input data may not be that good in terms of generate the right result. I think the point which he mentioned about the balancing action and human intervention. So maybe I Ashish, next, how do you balance the automation with human judgment and when it comes of making the finance like this?
Sure, sure. So, we are hearing in this session that a lot of things now will get replaced by the automation and the AI. In this way, we also suggested the future of AI, where a lot of things will now convert into the automation and a lot of things will be done by AI. I was also reading one article and there was a very good saying in that article that what will be the future of AI? So currently in the organization, going forward, there will be two men in the organization, one dog and one man. And the job of man is to feed the dog, and the job of dog is to make sure that man doesn't touch the machines. Otherwise, everything will be done by the machine. So that will be the future of AI. But having said that, a lot of things will get replaced by AI and a lot of things will get automated. But I can say that my understanding is that even though AI will do a lot of things, but AI will augment. They will not replace the human. At the end of the day, there are a lot of things which will be done by human. So AI cannot fully replace the human. And we as a CFO should do the blend between the AI and the human. Because there are a lot of things which can be done by AI by using the automation. For example, there are a lot of technical stuff uh, like reconciliation, bank reconciliation, preparation of the financials, doing the due diligence and making the balance sheets and all. But when it comes to the judgment, when it comes to the predictability, when it comes to taking decisions, it's human which comes into the place. And that's I observed by giving a personal example where I am into the dual role. I am also the CFO, plus I am also heading the Europe sales. So I observe and experience the blend of AI and human in my day-to-day activities. So my finance department is having a AI tool where they have a wonderful AR tool which is doing the predictive analysis, which take all the DSOs into the place, take the past trends of the customers and all, and on that basis they give us the signals regarding the future recoverability of some particular customer or whether the particular outstanding will go bad or not. So they gave the such kind of signals for one of the customer, and then being CFO, they gave that report to me. But since I am also heading the sales, so I know the pulse of that customer, I know the nitty-gritty of that customer and the importance of that customer for the organization. And my sales team told me that we are also bidding for one of the important project for this customer. So then I applied the human approach, not only apply the AI approach given by my finance department, and then I had a discussion with the CEO of the company regarding the future prospects, regarding the how we can do the balance between our outstanding as well as getting the big business also in our future proposal. So that is the way I use the blend of both the things. So I think we need to have a balance between the AI and the automation and the human thing, where AI can augment, but they can't replace me.
Yeah, I think very valid point, and it's very critical that the balance between any of you want to share the example. This balancing between human intervention and AI. So I'm Hemant Jain, I'm CFO Reliance General Insurance. So a very good example I think given by company. And being a general insurance company, we deal with a lot of claims. And then we believe that we are able to automate so many things by using AI and all. But at the end of the day, we deal with our customers in a time when it's a very tough time for the customers. Because we generally deal with customers at the time of the claim. Policies and all being sold by the intermediaries and all, but a direct interaction with the client happens at the time. And when it is a tough time for the person. So the point here is that we cannot use full technology at the time of the claim check. That is an area where apart from using technology, we also deal with the client directly and we see that how we can help. And all decisions we cannot totally depend on the technology. Because like for an example, a health claim, each and every claim is a unique claim. And technology cannot give you a complete answer to a particular claim. So yes, technology can be a guide, but at the end of the day, we have to talk to customer. We have to really understand what exactly is the pain, what exactly has happened. And then accordingly, the final decision always is taken by our people, not by the machines. I think this point I have interesting insight to this. And United Health Group has a large center over here. And I know they have a team whose job is only to write a code, how to reject healthcare, which is, so we talked about ethically. I think, and I was completely zapped. I said, what do you do? He said, we just make a code that, what are the things we need to find to reject the healthcare? And we saw what happened in United Health Group case. And, so I think it's very critical to balance it with the human intervention that's come to. So I come to you, Kumar. I think you run a finance transformation practice for this. So maybe some insight on this and maybe leading to the next question. Where are you seeing the most benefit in terms of finance-led AI projects?
See, value means different to different things. Just to be honest. But if we were to generalize it, right, and see three elements of where the value and outcomes. One, autonomous processing and finance, where your transactional processes are getting tremendously automated, and that leads to three value creation. One is efficiency. How quickly you're able to transact a particular transaction or process a particular transaction. Second is effectiveness, is how important and how we're adding value to the overall process. The third and most important is in the age of mobile, how you are dealing with users. And experiences is not only about internal, but it's also about your stakeholders, your vendors, customers, and your internal stakeholders. So that's what autonomous finance enables you in terms of value. The other pieces that Anurag as well as Mr. talked about was because all your processes are getting digital, your entire focus shifts from digitally enabling your corporate governance and risk management. There are enough risks with all these data, the flow of data coming into it, there's a huge impetus on risk management, the cybersecurity requirements. So the corporate governance becomes the second most important value that digitally gets to you. And last but not the least, with all this AI inclusion coming into play, you improve your decision velocity. For example, everyone, all of us know about planning and budgeting. That's a very critical element that gets to be done. But given the influx of socioeconomic influence, the geopolitical risks, how quickly you can move and pivot to your event-based planning, because that impacts your capital planning, capital allocation, how quickly you are able to reorient this. I think that's the three areas and where we are seeing in terms of value getting created through automation.
Okay, I think Gaurav mentioned is that I think in all this one thing which is emerging here is that how the finance team, how you prepare the finance teams to actually adopt these changes. So I come to BJ to you, right? How are you preparing the finance team to shift toward the digital maturity and leadership?
Thank you. So I think, AI started 6, 7 years back, slowly and steadily, making an impact to lives of us, both positive and negative. Now, when I say negative, I think we've been using AI in the organization as a Hindi term, Atanki Insan. It's like a nuclear bomb, right? Because we should not shy away with the fact that a person who was preparing bank reconciliation and his only job was to prepare a bank reconciliation will no longer be needed because an AI is doing it. Similarly, one who is preparing the balance sheet P&L, AI can do that. With all those adjustments that is needed, there will be one person who is actually going to do those adjustments as per the accounting standards. The fact is that, AI is taking away jobs, which means that what those guys going to do, the one who's only preparing a bank reconciliation or a financial statement or analysis report,
which is used by FP&A and other things, what would these guys do at the end of the day? That analysis and that reconciliation in terms of, okay, this is what I was doing, this is currently being done by AI and not required in the organization. What needs to be done next? Needs to upskill. And that's what, we've been doing. Nobody want to, hold a cost in the field where the cost of AI is already being captured. So we let go those people in the organization. As he rightly mentioned, there's a value proposition in when an AI is introduced. It reduces time of getting the data. It gives the data in the format in which we could, actually make a decision. And it it empowers those people to think different, and be a business partner. Don't be a scorekeeper. Now, AI has become scorekeeper. They will keep the score. You need to, co-lead the business with the business guys to make sure that what value you are putting on the table. I think that those AI-led leadership is something that I keep on telling the team. The fact remains is that we at CMD, we have invested in various companies in India, outside India. They have finances, like I've been, historically at CFO, now running the company as a CEO. I manage most of the, finance of these, IoT companies, technology companies, just to tell them that because I have that AI-led support, which gives me a data in a format in which a CFO can take a decision. So I happen to wear the hat of both CEO and CFO thanks to AI, because it makes me, give that comfort in terms of AI. So educating the finance team to, make that change in their perspective about how they look at AI is something that we need to do it, which we have done it, and that's the reason we have downsized the team, making it more efficient. And it is actually working, right? We're working for the company in terms of how the deliverables have started coming in. Our guys have started, thinking so differently. It's started thinking like an entrepreneur, started, delivering in a more cost-efficient manner, making the revenue go up and reducing the.
I think interesting. So I think again it's something back to when I go back to what Anurag said at the beginning, is the chief future officer. And the data also suggests that a lot of CFOs then tend to become the CEOs, I think. And so AI actually enables us to actually take a lead role, like most of the CFOs, and do more as a strategy play. With the back of the good data analytics, which can be much faster through AI tools. I think on this Prateek, on the team side, I go and so how do you manage that for the adoption of AI within your team and to make them comfortable with the AI tool?
First of all, regarding AI adoption, we need to first, it's a mix of educations. In our company, within the team, we have to educate and we have to hands-on support, and we have to some cultural shift change we have to develop, so that we are more training, more awareness regarding the AI tools, and what are the benefits and what are the things we can do for the using of AI. Basically, we are implemented. We have taking different workshops and sessions, and we have do some content and training sessions we are doing in our organization. And AI is, Vijay said that AI is more probably have it's not an authentic word. We can use AI as a powerful collaborator because in finance we are the strategic and we are the financial discipline. We are taking once the data we have to extract and we report to the higher side. And so I think AI is the powerful collaborator and also support us for the new real-time insight, and also give us the more strategic and the more powerful analysis by using the AI. And secondly, I can say as a CFO, we are the strategic thinker and we have a PPT. So my definition for PPT is using as a people, process, and transformation.
So I think this need we have a digital transformation, and as a AI, if you can see the next future of the AI, it's a global stage, and everyone is using the AI uh, uh, as a collaborator and as a digital transformer.
So, Kumar, I think since you from the EY side and you implement these into the many companies, how do you see, and you would have a experience of how you see the adoption and making people upskilling there and they're making them comfortable use of AI? Maybe some insight.
Interesting topic for what to just give you some statistics. India in totality, the investments in finance technologies have increased by significantly to about 35 to 40% to what it used. But their efficiency and effectiveness metrics we were talking about has increased only to 2%. So the adoption is the single biggest challenge that comes in. And I appreciate Vijay's point to say that jobs are getting impacted. So how do you make that comfort of that? What is in for me as an example? If I'm processing, if I'm doing a bank reconciliation, if my job gets automated, then what is in for me? Otherwise, the human element of insecurity comes in because of which they say there are 100 reasons to say why a technology will not work. So I think the fundamental piece that when we drive these technology adoptions, and most of our programs that we are doing across lines is now focusing on how do we drive this change and invite that adoption. Because there is an ROI that gets invested. Organizations are investing in technologies, but if they don't get value in return, be it in terms of efficiency, so that becomes a biggest problem. And then you continue to be in this process. If you just look into the spectrum of all the finance leading organizations, yes, they do have technology. Very simple example is invoice processing, right? Everyone does invoice processing. Still, you have significant people in invoice processing. Given the influx of digital in GST network, we see matrices moving in from 60% OCR accuracy to 95% OCR accuracy. So actually, there are organizations who don't have AP processes in the organization. What they do is they focus on effectiveness and experience. So to your point, how do we drive adoption is more about understanding what is in for the client, for the respective individuals who are getting impacted, and how do they see their career movement. Because as a finance professional, I'm sure everyone aspires. We start up from operations, and then we move on to strategic enabler and strategic value, FP&A or business strategy, etc. So how do I see my role getting influenced is the biggest thing of contribution. And obviously, whatever use cases is being defined as a part of the program, whether it is getting delivered on. Because ultimately, even organizations have an issue. If I'm implementing AI or automation in a project, if it is not working the way I'm intended to do, then I will be a deterrent to it. So I think it's all about the human element of what is in for me or at each levels, be it processor, senior management, or the CFO or the CEO. Right. So that's, I think, important element where we are focusing on what we call as with I know I'm using the jargon in here, but what is in for me? That's an important element that drives adoption.
Yeah,
Great for anyone, but I don't think there is anyone here on this side or in the room who gets certain moments of, I don't know, I'll be what I am. Maybe some days you get that feeling, but like 99% of the time, I want to do something better today. I think the same logic I would also apply to the organization and whatever change you want to drive to the topic to the digital adoption. I think most of the people resist when you say, actually, this is how I want you to change. So, what is important is, and this is what I like to practice. The first thing is, I think our vision should be clear, and what you just mentioned, that what do we really want to do? What are our priorities? If you want to drive digital transformation or use of technology, what are three areas? So one is of course efficiency, that's the first thing that comes to our mind. Second thing, which probably as CFOs, we don't talk much about it, how I can actually improve customer experience and also drive growth in sales. Maybe that could be a second thing to talk about. Third is, of course, better decision making, better awareness of the risk around. So I think it's important to actually tell, okay, these are the three things that are important for me. And now, please, are you with me? Now go and tell me, come back a week later and tell me these three areas, what all things can be. And the other thing that I like to practice is leading by example. Now, leading by example, again, is very misused word, but again, I try to do very simple things. Is when I am, so again, within efficiency or better decision making, my simple message is we are not using script. We have certain digital tools. So in some of the meetings, I have to actually go and tell, look, I'm not doing the meeting if you're using script. I would actually personally log in and say, can you not take a look at something if you're already starting? Like enter a comments into the tool so that it's visible to everyone, it's democratized. And likewise, there are so many things. And if I talk a little bit go off the finance topics, we have, of course, many people who work in different shifts. And there are also a diversity employees who work. And, one of the concern areas for us was that, who leaving beyond the office hours. Even, that piece we have digitized to say that, okay, that information will go to the manager the moment someone is checking out, so that someone is taking responsibility of why someone is, leaving beyond, the working hours. So I just wanted to kind of tell you, I think this has to be driven by the management and the accountability has to be across the organization to drive that.
Good. So, Hemant, I come back to you that from financial sciences perspective. So, especially in your area and financial services, how are you moving the tools to manage the risk and predictability of the risk? Predictive analytics is something which is very, very important in today's time, considering the fact that the things are changing at a very fast pace. And there are two critical elements here. One is that good that we have adopted technology many years before, and then we have a lot of data which is available. So on the basis of historical trends, a lot of things can be done. And at the same time, the external environment is quite dynamic. The things are changing at a very speedy manner. And apart from that, the customer behavior and the customer expectations have also significantly changed. Now, each and every customer has a mobile phone. Any kind of product which we are offering to customer has an accessibility to look at the pricing point as that what is the right price. So the days are gone now that earlier when in insurance industry, the pricing used to be on a particular product, like the same pricing to all the customers in a particular geography and all those things. Now it's not possible. I'll give you a very good example, like in case of the motor insurance. At some point of time when I joined the industry, there used to be a single rate for the on-damage premium. Of course, the third-party rate are still regulated and regulatory driven, but in like on damage, we used to sell it at a particular price. And after that, the things started changing. We started offering some kind of discounts on the basis of the intermediary requirement, not on the basis of the customer's requirement. Then a few years before, some products came like pay as you drive kind of thing, that the number of kilometers you drive and then accordingly the premium will be charged. But now, pay how you drive are the concept which is now coming. So the customer's behavior is impacting the pricing point, and each and every customer is unique. Whether it is the number of kilometers is running, the geography in which it is kind of thing. There are so many factors which impact the pricing and profitability of the portfolio. So the pricing is a very, very important element because we done more than 300 kind of products in different geographies. We sell it through different channels, and every channel's behavior in terms of the claims experience is different. So now that's one area, that pricing is one area where we use predictability, and then we built into our rule engines where we issue the policies to the customer, because we have to issue the policy to the customer on the go. We do not have the time that customer will fill the proposal form. Our underwriters will sit
will understand and will give the pricing. Those are not the days now. Instant using the technology, the customer can get an instant policy. But from a customer to customer, the pricing point would be different. That's one area. Now, in case of like, claims, the predictability of the claims is very important, very critical. From a fraud point of view, because still in general insurance sector, you will not believe that there are about 10 to 15% claims that we got on a fraudulent basis. And we have to really understand them, and we cannot penalize our good customers on account of those 10 to 15 percent our customers. So we have to be very sharp in identifying those frauds on the go, and then accordingly we have to build a lot of triggers in our systems, in our processing, so that we can identify them. So claims is another critical area. In finance processes also, that we have built instead of having a fixed annual budgeting kind of activity, now we have moved to a rolling forecast kind of things, where we continuously change our model and continuously see that what are all the decisions which we need to change, because the things are changing at a very fast pace. So we have to continuously evolve new and new things in our business models, so that at no point we unnecessarily get into a trouble from a profitability point of view. We run so many segments, so many intermediaries, and pricing is dynamic. The claims atmosphere, claims behavior is changing of the people. So that's one area. On reserving side, similarly on investment side, any tip in the interest rate scenario, investments will be very fit for insurance companies, because whatever the premium which we are collecting, everything is going and sitting into our investment book, and from there we are settling claims and spending our monies. So for some point of time, we manage those investment books, and the predictability of the investment scenario is very critical. And accordingly, our P&L has a significant impact on that. So that's one area. So in financial services, I think for company like of our size, we are sixth in private sector general insurance company. And in terms of the volume, we issue almost, 15 million policies in a year. And we settle almost 5,000 claims every day. Now that is the volume which we handle. In that kind of the volume, and when fairly we have to take our decision instantly, the role of AI is very, very critical in our business processes. I will not say that we have achieved a significant AI-enabled environment. We are still looking into it. We are still on our journey to achieve this kind of things. But yes, from an earlier time when we used to call automation, now we are moving into the generative AI thing, so that our decision making and everything can be very fast, can be very accurate, and we can work on dynamic environment in a very efficient way. Thanks, everyone, for the details. And we can use the way we can use the AI. Before I think anybody from the audience have any questions for the panel?
First of all, thanks to the family for giving insightful session. Myself, Pawan here, and it's Venkat from my take. So, when you're talking about AI as part of the finance team and the CFO function, it obviously requires a lot of computing aspect coming in, lot of data science aspect coming in. Okay. So traditionally, when I look into any organization, all these aspects of data science, computing sits within the IT ecosystem, right? And the finance is still working on balance sheet numbers and Excel sheets and all investor conversation. So how do you see that combination of these skill sets coming into the finance function, where probably you see the finance team also having data scientists sitting with you, where whatever kind of analysis, whether you predictive analysis or forecasting or whatever looking for, you do internally as a capability building rather than always going out to the other function, where obviously it is interdependency versus self-control. So how do you see that evolution happening within the finance team?
I think a very interesting thing. I think let me just give a one line before I think that I think it's very critical, and more and more how it's happening is that
chief digital officer, CDIO, CTO actually, and are either the part of the finance function or they are working towards the because most of the IT-driven projects are now actually going in a close coordination in the finance and also on the because finance used to ask the ROI part of it. So, so that's also an interesting part of it. But I think if you wanted to say something before I come back to you.
So I'll try to keep it simple. So you must have heard the, when it comes to data, all those things to be able. And it is, so as you have rightly said, when it comes to data, data is spread everywhere like sand. So from sand to silicon, to make from data to insight, it must go through the finance office. And since a lot of decisions are based on the final output that you will get, sometimes it's not really a choice. For CFOs or the finance office to build that, skill set, which we did also said a few minutes ago, that there's also need to, upskill, hire the relevant talent. You need not know everything about that particular thing, but you need to be able to articulate how do you want things, and of course, create a framework. That's what I mean.
Talent such a new age platform is actually don't need a coding to be done. So you simple pivot to say use and drag and drop your codes get generated at the back end. So the skill and the upskilling that we've been talking about that includes these elements, how you can use these new logo platforms to configure what is required. Because at the end of the day, as a finance user, I know what is going to be required. I have the data set. How do you want to configure how it should be able to do that? So what we are seeing in the industry is also getting this upskilling part to include these two in a box that I am the data scientist myself. I know what data is, I know what, and I am able to configure that.
And with the chat GPT, I think the code writing is easier because I think 2, 3 years back, we were thinking that probably Python will become the essential skill for the finance guys actually to replace Excel. But I think now even the IT guys do not write the code. So like IT is more like a data organizer. They help in maintaining and managing the data, but the use of data is more likely from an understanding point of view lies more with the finance function as compared to the technology people. So they know how to maintain the data, but how to use the data is more with the finance function. And that is where I think there are so many tools which are nowadays available, which can help CFOs and finance team to use that kind of data in their day-to-day decision making. And that is how the data-driven decisions I think see, we are coming closer to the. I think last point from you, Pratik.
Basically, I add what
See the time.
Yes. See, basically, we as a CFO, we have a responsibility to for the organization. So, for data transformations and data insights and database management, so they are very closely worked with the CIO. And regarding the for the data for the uh, financial closure and for the data and for the whatever the operations are doing. So I think CFO have more involvement on this and for towards the predictive analysis and for the long-term strategy.
So thank you all the panelists for such a thoughtful and practical insight. So I think if I to summarize, I think what it's coming out is that AI is not just a trend; it's a real opportunity, and especially for the finance guys, it's a clear opportunity to save time, reduce errors, do a more predictive analytics and much faster analytics into that, and add value and transition towards more a strategic role from the finance side. And I think one thing which came out on the people side is that human intervention and whether there is a general perception that AI will replace the job. I think which is really not a case, but I think one thing is very clear. If you don't use the AI, you will be replaced by somebody else. So I think this one thought one has to emerge as a more. And as a finance person, we need to keep adopting the latest AI tools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And maybe please request our entire panel to step forward, allow us an opportunity to get graced by having all of you as a group. We request you to please step forward in terms of ahead of the table so that we can capture you all in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag BW Best CFO moment right here for you in Geo World Convention Center. And on the other side, we're now transitioning into our next panel. Well, we're really tight on time, so maybe request our next panel to please stick by time. And we request all of you to encourage a hearty discussion on what seems to be a great topic on discussion. Smarter, leaner, stronger. CFOs powering cost optimization with a growth mindset. Whilst the stage is already set, allow me an opportunity to quickly call upon our panelists. But for the time being, can we please request our speakers, if networking is encouraged, to please step out. Maybe also encourage all our speakers. Just give me a moment. Can we please request our speakers to please step out, allow us an opportunity to now call upon our next speakers on the stage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, starting with the panel moderator, let's call upon the managing editor of BW Businessworld, Mr. Palak Shah. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause as we welcome Mr. Shah. May I also call upon the CFO SR Par Gujarat Limited, Kapil Singla. The CFO of Red Chilies Entertainment, Pradeep Nimani. CFO of Cactus Communications, Dinesh Modi. Director Resurgent, Ashish Agarwal. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's be more courteous with our applause. And CFO of Carrot Lane, Manoj Bhanawat. So, well, personally, a lot of great brands and leaders we're looking forward to. And maybe encourage all of you to kindly take your seat. Do we have one less chair? If it is, don't worry, we have ample and more to accommodate. Please do take your seat. I think that chair was for me, but I'm not going to be joining on the panel. All right, apologies on that. Palak, over to you to take it forward.
Thank you very much for that introduction and setting the stage for this discussion. Hello and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to moderate today's session. CFOs powering cost optimization with a growth mindset. That's a typical balance to strike, but we are going to bring out the best experts to give you some ground on that as to how they strike a balance of growth and cost optimization, from AI-driven efficiencies to building a cost-conscious culture. And let's get inspired by their thoughts. So I'll straight away go to Mr. Kapil Singla. Sir, how do you foster a cost-conscious culture at SR Power while ensuring teams remain motivated and aligned with strategic goals?
Key questions which come to mind for the CFO, because finance is the lifeblood of business. And you have to keep the cost going, but at the same time, you should ensure that the business is growing and efficiency and other things are improving. So how to do? So if you see in our organizations or in power business, if your top line is 100, your bottom line is 5. So instead of, if you are not able to increase the top line, you say that a rupee saved is 20 rupees earned. So that's you save 100 rupees, then you are getting 20 times of what you have saved. So there have been various methods and means where we try to save the cost as well as do some transformation or optimization, increase the top line and the bottom line. The way we have to incentivize the employees maybe It may not be monetary incentive, but if you work in an organization, there is something which is called recognition of small incentive given to the employee, wherein they come up with some new idea of doing a thing in a different way, which reduces the cost. Similarly, if you are running a power plant, if you see the power plant is a real-time basis and you cannot store the power. So the power plant, generally the power grid is operated in 15-minute slot. So 1 hour, there are 4 slots and there are 96 slots in a day, full 24 hours. So if you're operating a plant at a particular level, there are some variations when some plant may trip down at some point of time in the entire day. And we have the entire grid connectivity, which is called the entire interstate lines are connected. So we maintain that if some plant is shut down, so there is some constant monitoring AI, wherein some engineers monitor the entire grid frequency. So there is a particular frequency on which the entire grid has to operate. If the grid is coming down, so that means some plant in the country is shut down. You inject more power to the grid, you get 20% more than the regular price. It's like dynamic pricing, like in Uber and Ola you have. If you go to the airport, you get a higher price for booking a cab. Similarly, it works in power sector also. So if you are able to track that on a real-time basis, you earn more. And that is, you have to take it on a real-time basis because it's only 15 minutes long. So if a frequency if it's going down, you inject more power. Similarly, if it is going up, you reduce your power. And suppose if your plant is shut down, similarly, the generator or the company, whether it is a Adani, NTPC, whose plant is shut down or tripped, then they are penalized. And the other party who is meeting the power demand is given that incentive. So there are, in this way, there are many ways where you do some cost-effective or some out-of-box thinking, something which is beyond the normal course of business, where you increase either the top line or the bottom line. And here, the manpower, the employees are the key force. So employee is the first asset of the organization that you have to keep in forefront to do any such measures. So it's not like that cost saving is employee cutting or cutting. Yeah.
So thank you, Kapilji. That is some insight into the operations of our company. I would like to ask Manojji directly. So, CFOs are very unpopular in an organization, and especially amongst the employees. So, how do you strike a balance in this cutthroat competition world where you are?
Balancing between cost optimization with growth and taking care of people. So I will answer in three parts. First, when it comes to cost, it is traditionally we used to think, okay, there is a problem, CFO is there, we just talk about cost, reduce the cost, why is there, why there, ask question to all the department. I think gone are the days. That type of strategy never worked in today's world. I think the way CFO should think is about you are not responsible only for cost. While normally it is seen in the organization, okay, CFO's job is to drive cost, and there are people who are supposed to drive as well. Now, if we change our mentality from cost driver to P&L driver, which includes growth itself, because it is the top line. And if we are able to think in total, where we are accountable for sales as well and the profit as well, cost as well. And then we are able to think 360 degrees. And that's where we are able to take the right decision. So CFO should be having a growth mindset. And if numbers happen, the top line happens, many times all the rest are corrected in depend around the people. I would say that one thing which should be very, very clear about organization should be very clear about the strategy for the hiring. Sometimes company is growing and we are, and every organization plays this. We are in a mad rush of hiring. Okay, we are growing. Next year we are going to double down, triple down the show, hire 100 people, 200 people. And that's where we make mistakes. And that's where sometimes we have to take harsh decision to will not hire replacement, we'll have to cut people and all. And we are always able to keep highest level of discipline in terms of count of people. and we are able to with a lean organization, then not only we are able to reduce the cost, we are able to grow the people out. So, and he mentioned, this is how I would.
Thank you. I will go to Pradeep Nimani, Red Chilies Entertainment. So, your business is more of a kind of innovation, creative innovation segment. So how do you strike the balance there with the need for strategic cost optimization?
Thanks, Pala. Basically, there's always a trade-off between creativity and cost. So we try to separate core reason from the creative extras. Creative extras where, like the director or something extra which can be edited or which can be removed from the film. So what we do here, in creativity, in the very beginning of pre-production is very, very important. So what we do is at the pre-production level only, we decide whether we are going for a VFX or a real shoot. At the pre-production only, we decide whether the location where we can get a rebate. At the pre-production itself, we decide what can be the best shot which can be kept in the shoot so that you don't have to spend your money in the edit. First, we lock this. Of course, actors, the script, the film which can emotionally connect it to the audience, what kind of audience will be there. All these things we do in the very beginning, and then followed by a detailed and controlled production. That's how we achieve the trade-off between creativity and cost. The best example, what I can give you all aware of the Jawan. The picture, which is the blockbuster of a Bollywood industry, one of the blockbuster of Bollywood industry, where we have done the creativity, we have given more important and the control production, and that's how we achieve the success.
Ranji, where does cost actually shoot up from estimates in production company?
Yeah, so what happens is, very, very good question, Arti. Yeah, so what happens is we in the beginning, as I told you, we decide that, okay, it's going to be for 100 days of shoot. But when we, on the shoot, when we go, there are so many challenges.
Is it the tantrum of the staff?
I'm not
that really
nowadays.
cost shoot?
No, not picture, not telling you. So, so Tantram and all are the actors are very, very supportive. Let me just take a 1 minute giving example of Mr. Khan. Sometimes he may come late by say 1 hour, but when he leaves, he will only leave when director. He will be there 6 o'clock in the morning, and he'll ask the director for his comfort. So, and including not only Mr. Khan, other actors also, they are coming on time. The only thing there are in between there are challenges, something happens and all. That's how it will go up. So just to answer that, like what we do at a pre-planning stage, only pre-production, we try to minimize the.
Okay, from movie industry, let us move to Mr. Dinesh Modi, Cactus Communications. Can you share a specific example with your company where AI or automation significantly reduced cost while improving? I'm sure AI has improved efficiency, but the burnt of that is faced by the employees. So, can you share some example of that push and pull in your organization?
Yeah. So I think AI is the company is to adopt, especially the organizations which are completely going to change in the coming years. So we as a company also have put a lot of steps where we want to be efficient. We want to and want to cut down the number of everything. One of the key things which we do is our full PR process. So we as a company will invest 15,000 clients every month. And we get money in different countries, that's for the process of 50. And then that entity has to have a system. So now under all this work being done, so we will go to the one bank accounts to that bank, download this document, put that into Excel, and then into that. Now all this process is getting done by an AI software application, which goes to the bank, download this document, puts the entry into Excel, verifies with our customer banking, and then uploads it there. If there's any error, then that's the only time when you do intervention to check it. But otherwise, everybody sees. So that saved almost 5 persons worth of work. But effectively also means that while you're automating all these things, you would run to the smaller team size. But as we don't want to let people go, so obviously what we have done is to upscale. And that has been one of my focus that my team remains ahead on the AI level. And there's a special focus for all of to learn AI. And because that's the only way you can balance between the cost optimization, ensuring that people will be more critical and scalable. Thank you for that. I'll go to Mr. Ashish Agarwal. So as a director of research, how do you guide organization to prioritize resource allocation based on ROI and enterprise goals? Some examples also.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much, BW, for giving this opportunity to discuss on the various aspects on the finance function of the other function. So friends, to see, we are talking cost optimization. I say there are two things are important from the cost optimization point of view. Because everybody will believe that this will not be a cost optimization based on the reduction in the growth. So this should be, it should go hand in hand. Whenever we are talking any cost optimization, this should link with that growth also. So transparency means if we have transparency in the system and everybody is aware about the cost optimization aspects are there. And I think the sharing of the whatever the our cost saving targets are there versus whatever the spends which we had earlier. This can help to percolate this thing in each and every person or every department in the organization or every finance department. If we can see whatever the role of finance department, if we can create a real-time dashboard, the CFO function and all, in the organization where all the employees, all the departments are aware that whatever the our spends are there, whatever the budgets are there, that will definitely help and nobody will have a surprise and everybody will be the part of the system that they will believe that this is their duty and their responsibility also. So I say that real-time I think dashboard will help to optimize the cost, whatever the spends we are having and whatever the budgets are there. So in our organization, if we see we are in a consulting organization actually. So in our organization, there are 3-4 major cost areas are there and how we are managing it actually to see. In consulting organization, the employee cost will be the highest percentage in the overall cost of the organization. And the second is traveling cost because these people travel a lot to various places for meeting with their clients and the business. And third is the data subscription because we do a lot of research, so we have to supply a lot of data research. And these three major costs are there, and the administration cost is also there, but that is not such big actually. So if I go one by one in all these three areas, if suppose I have a department where 50 people are working, actually, if you see on the employee cost side, how we optimize it actually, we see the last year monthly, quarterly, yearly numbers, that what was the cost and what was the outcome of these employees in the overall cost or revenue structure. And whenever we are hiring the people, we are believing more on the variable structure rather than the fixed structure actually. So in consulting organization, this way we can optimize our growth or we can have the better growth or better revenue numbers. And the people are also motivated that they will perform more better, more, then they will get more. Also. So this is one area where we have created the metrics in the organization. Over every level, this will be the structure. Many times we face some kind of resistance and hurdles when we are hiring the new people that they are, I think everybody is believing that there should be a fixed part which would be good enough and all basically. But we have, in the last 2 years, we have convinced 20-25% people who have joined recently or in the last 2 years that they have agreed on the structure. They are very happy that they are performing more, they are getting more. This is one area. And they are very small examples. I think everybody will following it actually. The second area is on the whatever we say traveling.
So coming to example, I would like to take a view from what is the boldest of cost optimization move that has been made by each of you in your career and how is it paid off? has been the outcome with examples to everybody. It was the boldest move we have taken of cost optimization.
The boldest move, I'll say that this optimization of this salary structure by way of fixed and variable, because in our kind of organization, this is a major question.
If I can take it from with example, with a good example and how it was paid off.
So as an organization,
Even if it has angered anybody, constantly, but it has still grown.
so post-COVID, during the COVID, I think most of the companies went remote. We at Cactus continue to be remote even today. I think we are very few who are left, where people don't go to office or analytics. So we have almost 800 employees working. Of that, almost earlier everybody was in Bombay, but nowadays it's like 300. My typical office intake, people who come to office is I'm still the old school, so I still go to office, but so that was one boldest move we continue to just to of course it saves us cost on office space and everything, because now almost reducing the space we used to have and all of the expenses. But there are some side effects also for this kind of just to have people come into office once they think short and taking care so that's a big thing which we are doing now. That but I think it's working fine as long as your work is structured. You can well define, you have systems and processes, then you can track the performance. In a very low and activity all this it's working fine. We'll see how next couple of years goes.
Pradeep ji, as you said, movie industry is
Yeah, so quickly coming, I'm saying that we don't have cost optimization. What it actually is, we have a cost maximization. I'm going against the tide. I'm giving the real life example during the COVID. Though I mean, in industry, there was a lot of cut happened. 30%, 35%, Mr. Khan and our board, and when I was a part of the committee, we decided not to cut a single rupee salary. That's one. We have given the increment, we have given the bonus. So best cost maximization, even if you take that, they immediately have the impact that we were having a darling film, which was on the shoot. People during the COVID also came. We kept them in the JW Marriott. We like all protocol we followed. So I'm saying that cost maximization, by paying them, by motivating them, we could gain larger benefit.
Yes, Mr. SRP also take bonus and increments.
He gives us bonus, and we are so fortunate to have legend like him, and I'm fortunate to work with him.
So as Palak mentioned that there are instances when some persons may feel bad when you do such.
SR is famous for bonus and increments to the promoters.
No, for employees also. It's a very, so like old business houses, if you see like Tata, Birla, SR. So at least we keep, like I mentioned, cost cutting is not cutting the pocket of the employees. It's giving incentive to the employees so that they do something extra out of box. And similarly, one of the real life example I would like to mention that in one of the projects, we had some cost overrun. This company, Indian company, and we wanted to take additional debt. And the existing lender was not giving the additional debt, even he was raising the interest rate on the existing debt, which will increase the entire project cost and all. We got the entire debt refinanced along with the additional debt by reducing the interest cost by around 2% of 2,000 crores. So that is a massive saving. Since you are getting additional cost, additional debt, and a cost reduction of 2% over 2,000 crores means your entire project cost gets trimmed down. So that is something. So once the existing scheduled bank or the government bank thinks, no, why we should support. So we tell them that you are a stakeholder, you're not just a lender. So it's not that you are coming only to take interest, but you are a part of the project as a stakeholder, like the promoter put in equity, you put in debt. So you have got the immediate stake or equal stake in the project.
Currently, how do you
Give a few examples. In retail business, one of the biggest investment we do in the store building. Store building. Now the stores are from your big investment is into e-commerce. But in jewelry, at least e-commerce is there always, and we have invested enough. But in jewelry, people will not buy online. You have to come to store. So in terms of per store capex, we used to always inspire to get a very fancy store. But we get a challenge to our team that how can we still have a fancy store with lesser cost, and there are so many ways to get that. And sometimes it's just inspiration. So we did very good amount of saving. Second example I want to do is that we also have a large franchisee business. So we also keep store in the franchisee. And the entire revamp in MA commission, the structure, there was a lot of saving without impacting really the emotions of the all our partners and show them the long-term plan. In jewelry, third biggest cost is the inventory. So in terms of using up a lot of tag, in terms of what inventory, which inventory, how much quantity we need to keep at which store, we were able to put a lot of teaching there. And one more example I would want to add is that in retail businesses, while you can have best of the successful model, there are stores which do not perform. And sometimes, as again, we need to take hard calls to shut them down, put that difficult call. We keep doing that.
What is the gestation period for a store that will take
2 years? Like 2 years, you have to take your money back and become profitable at least next 2 years. And it is not showing any sign, it will be brutal to shut them down.
Because all the employees.
No, we have a normally we have a large part of people in our large part of the stores in our. So normally we want to move them. No need to actually
Take questions from the audience. You know, if they want to ask anybody on cost optimization or anything else to the CFOs of SR, Airplane, Red Chilies. Otherwise, we can. Any questions? Yeah, sure. We have like time for 2 more. Sure. Please introduce
Mr.
yourself.
Customization, because he has the last team and it is also a lot of creative work. So question is with the introduction of or emergence of AI and lot of tools, how you are balancing the organization structure? Because now let's say AI coding or something, nowadays or creativity, there are so many things are available, tools which can reduce the work of 7 days now to 70 minutes. So how you are balancing the organization? What is your plan in long term with the AI emergence?
So I think very, very good question, very important question into the current scenario. And this question is not relevant for only just the creative part or I think it applies to every facet of our life. So while the creative part is there on your customer service function, especially if you see in India, we have grown on the back of BPOs. But a lot of that work is getting automated. You really don't need that 50% level, you don't need it in the go. So it's a wave of flow which is already coming. And there will be at practice also have made automatic productive workers. And we need to do that because we need to remain competitive in the industry. And if we will not do it, someone else will do it. The downside of these kind of activities is that the people take the burn because earlier if you need 100 people around, you can run with 30 people. So if you are able to grow the industry, then probably will be able to find it, but otherwise there has to be reduction. So that's unfortunate part, but as the new wave of technology comes, I think this also has to be figured out. There are new businesses or new technology innovation needs to happen, which can ignore the people. And that's exactly what we are doing. We are also pivoting on what we are doing versus the new industry areas where we can deploy our people. As I mentioned in my earlier point, the upskilling is the most important aspect of everything. As a CFO or my junior most important in the future, if you're not skilling, then you will become a vendor. And I think that's basically the most important aspect. So automation or AI can take over that. But as long as we are able to upskill ourselves and do the job which otherwise are, then I don't see that issue. But yes, the wave of change is very important. It's better to be ready and prepare for it.
Just to mention that upskilling is very important, and that's true. Like if you see a real world example, if employees to be sent for training, someone will say that why we are incurring this cost. The employee will take the training and leave the organization, so it will be cost to us. So then the CFO can mention what happened if he doesn't leave. So if he doesn't leave, then he is not upskilled. He will not be able to move. So any such upskilled measures taken by the company should not be taken as cost. It should be something which is for their own benefit.
I agree with my colleague. So the AI is impacting all the businesses, whether it's entertainment or any industry in general. Like in entertainment or film industry, we have now virtual production where you don't have to go to the shoot. It can be done, and then so many things which are happening online and all. So we have to adapt. And all colleagues, we have to, whatever institute is giving or wherever, we need to attend and we have to upscale ourselves. That's the future.
We have, one more question. You can do it then. Please, we have time. Then we have last.
Hello, I am Rajesh Sethi. My question is to Mr. Pradeep. How you find the future of films after 2-3 years? Like government is also launching ways. They have put a lot of money and effort in OTT platform and buying the things. And as a sustainable production house, when some films don't work, how you see the future of employee? Although the Shah Rukh Khan already ventured in the sports, which is making more money than the films. How you think about it?
I have also heard SRK shifting lock, stock, barrel to Dubai.
Okay, very, very nice question. So let me give you the inside perspective. Mr. Khan's son, Aryan Khan, he is going to be a #1 director because he has already directed one web series, which is going to come on Netflix. Okay, so I'm saying there's a future. And Mr. Khan is a businessman who thinks ahead of his time. Because if you see Ravan, which came in 2011, people are talking AI now. He thought that time. And so it's not that only entertainment, he's having sports and all the businesses he's doing parallelly. So Suwana is becoming actress and Mr. Khan is still many years to go because Jawan, it was a blockbuster and his creative mind and the way and the giving back to the society is humongous. So one line answer, movie business, there is some tough time, but it will evolve.
Innovation.
I'm so sorry. No further cross questioning. Apologies. We'll have to take it up offline.
We can meet. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, he's not running away
Thank you.
anywhere.
Thank you. That was a great discussion. I think a lot of insight has come out in each of the businesses, from entertainment to power to practice communications, retail. So thank you everybody for being so patient.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And may I please request our entire panel, allow us an opportunity and grace us with a photograph towards the end. We maybe request you to please step forward ahead of the table so that we can capture you all in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the discussion, please join me in applauding all our panelists. #BW Best CFO as one word. Whilst us on the other side, we're going to be moving into our discussion hub 3, where we talk about CFOs at policy frontline, navigating regulation and driving compliance. Because that's all we talk about is how do we get the compliance in play. May I also request our speakers to please directly move outside and network outside so that we can give grace to all our people joining us. May we please request our speakers to proceed outside and further network, and all our attendees to please be seated and not create any decorum issue in the hall. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me an opportunity to now call upon our next speakers. May we please request our speakers to step outside and our delegates to be seated. You're right in line of the video. May we please urge all of you, if you can hear my voice, and I know all of you understand English, may we please urge you to please step outside. Networking cannot happen in the main hall whilst as the sessions are on. Maybe first encourage, and these guys are very persistent. So I think I'm going to cut the line off and not take further time, let's go ahead to our discussion hub 3 with our panel moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Group CFO, Piramal Enterprises Limited. Let's give it up for Upma Goyal. Thank you, Ms. Goyal, for joining us today. We look forward to your expertise in curating this conversation. May I now call upon the CFO of Property Solutions India Private Limited, Vimal Kumar Ladha. Well, he's got a long walk right there. I don't know why my speakers are seated right at the back. Can we please encourage all of you to come forward? Thank you so much, Vimal, for taking out your valuable time and joining us from PSIPL. May I also call upon the EVP and CFO of Protein eGov Technologies. Let's give it up for Sandeep Mantri. May I also take the opportunity of calling upon the CFO of Muthoot Housing Finance Company Limited, Yogesh Udyoji. The Group CFO of Nobel Hygiene, Nikhil Datye. And the SV Taxation and in-house auditor of Tata Plane Limited. Let's give it up for Pranav Deshpande. May I please request all of you to be seated as per the creative at the back. I'm confident that that's how the seating is placed right now, because all of you look similar. There's no AI-generated image right there. With that, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Ms. Goyal to take forward the conversation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Business World, for inviting me as a moderator on the insightful panel discussion on CFOs on the policy front, navigating compliances and regulations. As we speak, we all know that we are at a moment of time when the things are moving at a much unprecedented speed, where the role of CFO is no longer the financial insights. It's more about strategic, how they are handling the policy changes, the regulation, compliances, while maintaining the core and sustainable business. If you know all about the changes which are happening right from the global tax changes, tariff changes, ESG compliances, cybersecurity, and last but not the least, AI regulations. We have never seen the way the things are evolving and at an unprecedented speed. Now, what are we expected from the CFO? CFOs were doing very, very strong control onto the balance sheet and onto the strategic management. Now they're expected to navigate themselves, not only themselves, and also the organization for these unprecedented changes which the world is seeing and which we all going through as we are moving ahead in our life. With this powerful topic, let me just start the discussion with my esteemed panelists, and we'll take across their views, how they are handling in their respective roles with the changes which is happening at the global level, and while ensuring that the stakeholder interest is always at the forefront. So I'll start the question with Pranav on the global tax reform changes. Question to Pranav is, how is he preparing for the global tax changes and the tariff unpredictability? And how do you plan with confidence in a world of policy unpredictability and market volatility?
That's a very valid point that you made, ma'am, that unpredictability is now the new normal, and we all have to face disruptions now. And we have to prepare for disruptions with the pace of development that is happening. I mean, on a daily basis, we see a lot of amendments happening in various tax provisions, both in India and in India. So just to give three examples, which at the top of my mind, the first is BEPS
Pillar 2, which is a very significant reform which has taken place in the last few years, where they've talked about the minimum global tax rate and the home country or the under-taxed countries have to top up to meet the tax requirements. So that sort of necessitated, basically it will impact MNCs having a global footprint. They will have to sort of do a tax risk assessment. They will have to assess their global tax positions. They'll have to see the minimum tax requirements which are required. And also they'll have to also align with their investment strategies, because with the fast pace of development and the ever-changing requirements, it becomes very critical. Secondly, in the field of, say, double taxation agreement, TTA, even recently, India has signed an agreement with Oman. Now, while the developments are happening, the one good thing is Indian government has also streamlined a lot of things. So in DTA, we see that a lot of things regarding, say, royalty or FTAs or IPR or software, a lot of things have been streamlined. And while they have brought in some good sort of changes on documentation, like for example, you have a tax residency certificate, or you have an OPE declaration, then you'll have withholding taxes, which are sort of normal. So that would help in negotiations also with the parties, especially when the dispute is about whether you bear the withholding tax or whether you pass it on. And last, of course, is the tariff volatility. We are in the midst of economic wars and wars as we speak. And economic wars, what has happened is global supply chains have been impacted across the world. Pricing has been impacted across the world. So I would think the need of the hour is for a very responsive supply chain, which has to be agile and which has to be adaptable. Because now when we do predictive modeling, it has to be scenario based. We have to take into account what would happen, because there'll be impact on currency rates, there'll be impact on your hedging strategies or investment strategies. So a lot of things will get impacted because of it. So I think when we look at tariffs also, we have to look at, for example, say some geography was a very attractive destination, but we also say China is the factory of the world. But today, because of tariffs, it no longer may be an attractive destination. India is becoming much more attractive. So I think we have to have a strategy that are very flexible, which take into account the ever-changing scenario. And to round this off, I may say automation is an imperative, because at least the repetitive tasks, the manual tasks, they can be taken care of and we can focus more on strategies. And also one important thing is advocacy. While the changes are rapid, the government has been very receptive when we do advocacy. They have been listening to us when we go to them with issues. They have been addressing our points. So advocacy becomes an important factor when we actually want to address some of the issues. This is my point.
Thank you so much. I think Pranav touched upon all the three important points. You know, you have to be agile, need to have the opportunity in place, need to be strategically updated on what changes are happening, and without the advocacy, you can't just have the things. And making sure that if things are not working well for you, step up and go for that advocacy. Thank you so much, Pranav. Let's go to the Sandeep. I want to understand about the whole international disclosure mandates. So, role CFO is playing in alignment with financial reporting. ESG,
So ESG and all these reporting for the top of the town. The organization needs to report manage the depending on the size and SEBI mandates for those entities. But what we are looking as a company is basically market is moving more toward integrated reporting, which is basically the six framework, which is the one capital, financial capital, or capital, IP, technology capital, human capital, and the last one, social and relationship capital. So all these factors need to be in your integrated reporting framework. And this is what we also are doing, and we are preparing for that. And when we started this project, we thought it will be, moderately or moderate difficult. But I guess it is very difficult project for us, because you need to have a hell lot of data before you start putting that report. So year one will always be a journey, right? So we need to get collect a lot of data surrounding these frameworks. As an example, for an IP or technology capital, how much you're spending in your R&D, which is not a simple think that you will get, you just calculate number of engineers and, multiply by the, but you need to really see what is going into the real R&D, and then you need to report. Then, doing greenwashing, which is many organizations also does, right? So that is not the idea. Idea is to give a accurate or reporting to the extent possible. Same way, when we go to diversity, we need to collect so many data points, right? What is the ratio? What is the average age? What is the male-female ratio? Are you recruiting? Are you becoming more diversified? All those. Then another aspect is natural capital, which is the CO2 emissions and all that. You need to collect data not only for your organization, but also for the major partners of your organization when you are, going into phase 2. So this is also a very difficult exercise, and humanly, I would say it is not possible. We need to deploy some kind of, tools and technology wherein people can, feed in data. For year one, it may be a more a manual, hard, half tech, half manual exercise, but from year two onward, you have to have a better discipline or governance in the place so that you can get all the data all the time, right? It is not like a yearly reporting. Rather, you should, you should maintain that discipline in the ecosystem of the organization so that you get this data every month or, whatever period of frequency you decide. And then you need to, present this data to board also. Board also needs to approve. So a lot of processes are also involved, and you need to see that the governance are taken care, and whatever data you are putting in your reporting framework is reliable and accurate, so that you can.
Thanks, Sandeep. But would you like to also talk about, we talking about the non-financial data? Data collection is one of the challenges and not the stakeholder. It's the reporting very interesting. How take the whole what the stakeholder get a sense of what they are doing.
So in our organization, we are having a lot of sessions on these topics, be it admin, HR, because a lot of data comes from these technology and all that. We are giving a lot of training. We have appointed a big four, a consulting firm, to just to give this knowledge about all the VSG and integrated reporting for 6 couple framework. And we are collecting data. We are basically, making people understand, to the last level that this is what we need. If an employee, let's say, is using an electric car, he would rather need the data every day, how much carbon footprint he is saving. So this is all about this training, discipline, technology, use of technology. We are putting internal tools also, by which employee can simply put the data, and then we can collect the data.
Great initiative which continue. Let's go back to the very favorite topic of automation. I want we need to talk about more on the topic. How are you leveraging automation in multi-regulatory environment? The things are changing, and without automation, I think just anything. So we would like to talk about your journey on automation.
Yeah, so hot topic today, automation, everybody is talking about it. So like today's world, the CFOs are facing a lot of challenges, multi-regulatory, you have a tax verification, all the things, you have a SOX compliance, you have ESG compliance, a lot of things where you're working is to do. So automation and analytics are the two enablers for CFOs to do that. And how it helps in your direct regulatory requirement handling and the efficiency in the system to report correctly. So there are 6 to 7 pillars which you have to use is like where various points where you have to use this automation. One is your regular reporting of statutory financial reporting. The other one is your consolidation. Today, if you have a national company where you have to do consolidation with the so that is where another area you have to use. ESG reporting, like you have mentioned, that is where I think most of the companies are struggling to get the data. That is, tools are available, but the correct data actually is not happening. A lot of cases you are still using the assumption to capture the data. compliance metrics. So I'll give example. We are into a manpower industry, facility industry. So the biggest challenge is to have a minimum bonus compliance. We are using tools to identify every month which are the sites where we are not compliant. So immediate action can be taken. That is one of the key major product compliances, because the moment we are not compliant, it is like client is also a service and we are also. So every state has a different category of business. So we have a tool which identifies once the salary processing happened at first level, it identified through the report that which are the sites which are not. So we can take action before we do. The other thing is we use a lot of APIs, and that is also because in your financial system you cannot develop anything. So you have to use a lot of API. So there are different tools available, which is like your financial system in the center, and then different applications which you have to integrate with it. One more thing which like taxation also, I'll give example GST. There is a we use one tool which is integrated with that tool. So the reporting happens with the tool, but the updation depends on the because invoicing happens in our ERP. And the key thing for any development to do this, you have to work on master data. So how your vendor master, material master, client master, the data collection, because it is the base of the anything where the data flowing out. If those data are not correct, then it will create problem in your reporting. So you have to start based on the data correction of the master. Once that is done, then you can think of API.
Yeah, just to add one angle of automation is how do we improve the compliances. The bigger, I think, area where organizations are focusing is how do we get the efficiency and productivity. So, a lot of times, what happens, I have seen it over many years. When we started career, probably that time also automation existed. ERPs were coming up, manual work was getting eliminated. And now we are at a era where majority of the financial systems are automated. Nowadays, no one posts actual entry. Most of the entries flow from business automatically. You have to review. Now, from here on, what efficiency you can bring in? So the efficiencies are coming from the peripheral systems, whether it is operation systems, supply chain systems, Salesforce automation. Uh, I'm from FMCG industry, and majority of my career has been in FMCG. The biggest area where we work on is consumer insights. How do we get consumer insights in a much more efficient way? Because consumer is changing every day. Your channels are distribution, channel of distributions are evolving. 10 years back, general trade used to be a biggest channel of distribution. Today, e-commerce and quick commerce have taken more than 25% share. So what are the evolving trends of consumer behavior? How do you stay relevant? And when you become customer oriented, a lot of automation is required. For example, e-com and modern trade or quick commerce. The data is humongous. Earlier, you used to have 100 distributors. Now you are practically dealing with more than 1 million customers who are shopping online. So how do you integrate all of this in your system to ensure that your reporting is on time, you get real-time data access, you make right insights from it. And that's where I think the world is now transitioning. So ERP and financial systems to a large extent are automated, but these are the peripheral systems. How do you automate them faster so that you draw more and more efficient?
Very well said. What Vimal and Nikhil is a very valid point of when we talk about have your basic systems in place. When systems are required. If you're not having, capturing right information, not make the full use of the automation. What we talked about is of the customer insights. It's not just the financial and the things and the world is changing so fast. It will not listen to your customer. So that's something which is which the automation and the way everyone, it's not only the FMCG, every industry is doing it. Let me go to the next topic. Nathan to chip in this particular question is CFOs have introduced capital and purpose in the return.
Yeah, so lot is changing and lot is still remaining the same. So, we started our careers, probably all CFOs were viewed as value protector, custodians of the asset. From there on, the world has changed now where CFOs are expected to add a value. So we are no more just value preserver, but we are value creators in the organization. And just by being in a position where we have 360-degree view of the organization, who else gets placed better than a CFO to create that value? Now, all of us must have seen this recent incidents of AI 170. From takeoff to crash, it was 54 seconds, less than a minute is what pilot got, which means that the reaction time was very, very less. But had the flight been at 30,000 feet altitude, probably pilot would have got 7 to 8 minutes of reaction. Same is happening today in our business world. If you have a longer runway, if you have a higher altitude, your reaction time is much more. But if you are getting a very short reaction time, possibly, it is fatal in some of the businesses, especially the startups or growing organizations which are stressed for cash. So as a role of a CFO, I think in an ever-changing world, whether it is policies, geopolitical issues, changing dynamics in the world, changing consumer behavior, everywhere, everything is changing so rapidly. So you have to build a very resilient organization, and resilience comes from every function. Our friend talked about resilient supply chain. You have to create multiple options, reactive supply chain. You have to understand your consumers very quickly because their behaviors are changing. Similarly, technology from manufacturing side is also changing very rapidly. So you have to be very aggressive on cost. You have to be best in cost. You have to provide the best product and service to a customer. And while doing all these things, you also have to remain relevant, which means that how do we build resilience in the organization and how do you influence every function to create that resilience within themselves? So as an influencer, we have to create that role and we have to do that job very well. Now, what is value creation in this entire space? Value creation is basically you have to add value more than your cost of capital. And as a co-pilot to the business, our role is to optimally allocate our capital in a way that our returns to all stakeholders keep increasing and they are benchmarked to best of the best in the industry. So while doing that, I think I will go to the fundamentals again. So as I said, lot is changing, but lot is still same. And somewhere we have to refocus our energy in looking at it in a much sharper way. So when it comes to capital allocation, every organization will have their strategic priorities. The strategic priorities is a very nice term, but most of the times in organization, the confusion is at strategic priorities. Manufacturing will think that manufacturing is a strategic priority. Sales will think that sales is a strategic priority. So creating that clarity in organization and staying true to those strategic priorities is fundamentally a job of a CFO to align every function and even the investors and the board, because board could have a different point of view, investor could have a different point of view, while from what is right for a business could be completely different. So how do you influence and create consensus for that long-term strategy and a short-term strategy is critically important. Because if that clarity is not there, you will allocate a capital and then you will have to retract it back. I have a small example to share. Our sales team used to be very bullish. I'm talking about one of the organizations where I work. Very bullish to the extent that we went and created a huge manufacturing facility, single site manufacturing facility. And by the time facility came on shore, the business had started tanking because of multiple reasons. Now your capital is allocated, you have an ideal site sitting there because of the fundamental error of you have not done sensitivity, you have not taken into consideration if business tanks, what will happen. So I think when that kind of a situation comes again, CFO's role is to monetize that asset, not sit on to it. you will have brand, you will have facilities, or you will have assets which are not yielding results or ROI to the extent you want. So monetization is also an option which CFO should explore. So fundamentally, again, to summarize, if I have to say, I think building that resilience in the organization is critically important. Clearly define your strategic priorities and start allocating capital to those priorities after doing sensitivity analysis, after guardrailing your investment, so that in future you are not sorry for the decision.
Very well said, Nikhil. On the resilience part, what I better take away from him, you're taking an action. Not all the actions can be 100%. Sometimes you may go wrong. You do not hesitate. Take action to wind it up and whatever required to be done. Uh, we should feel proud at least 99% of the actions which we taken has gone wrong, and usually 1% has gone wrong. We remain bold and accept the failure and then work with it. From the resilience, I just have to engage in that is also highly regulated environment. How are you preparing yourselves to mitigate the risk? Because with the resilience, the risk is coming in the forefront. Mitigate risk and how do you plan for ensuring that there is a safeguard, all these for the businesses to take care of them.
Thank you. So my experience, what I've seen, that though as a risk is a primary function to be assigned to the CR in many entities or rather in NBFC sector, but CFO is always at the center of when it comes to risk management, and so the primary responsibility is generally shared, and risk, what I see is a more of a collaborative function, individual specific to any individual. So when it comes to a risk management, so there are primary two risks. One is the regulatory and compliance risk, and second one is called the business risk, which can cover all types of risk, be it an operating risk or other. Stakeholder or a promoter, they are very sensitive to regulatory and compliance risk, and their expectation, they have a very high expectation, or they always CFO have to take care of both the risk is what to do. When it comes to regulatory compliance, I would think in our companies or in sector parlance, when it comes to an NBFC parlance, the primary risk could be, you can classify the one is a liquidity risk, which you anyway, which many companies quite manage effectively. So we are, but when it comes to compliance risk, we have seen an example in our entity that you have to give directions to the business to make changes in their business model, in their sourcing model. Like we are a housing loan, it's a housing loan company. So where if we feel that our lab portion is going significantly, we have put a stop to the business. We have taken that decision, and we have seen that our promoter have also supported that decision, that if we have to stop some business at some point of time, we have to do that. So that's something. When it comes to a business risk, as I said, it's being a collaborative work. We have in our entity, what we do, we have a risk committee, internal risk committee, which we meet every month. Also, apart from that, we have a multiple layer reviews, like I mean, we have a quarterly, annual reviews of all the risk, what we have identified, where we have a risk tolerance level which we have defined, and then every department has to work within that overall risk tolerance level which we have taken, we have agreed, and which is even approved by our board. So this is how we generally are managing our thinking.
Thank you. What I get up to take away people taking higher risk thresholds, but if the things are moving not in the right direction, go back to the business, ask them to make the business monitoring the balance, sitting on to the risk, which is not what is needed. With this, I'll just make it as a rapid round and try to not more than 2 words or single sentence to everyone. How do you like to keep the fine equilibrium between shareholders' return and multi-regulatory, not more than
Vice President, still your business. Yeah. If, you can level down also good for it. With the reputation rates, the cost of correcting the compliance is very heavy in today's world. So I guess you need to be very sure of whatever you are doing, you are compliant with the law of the land in whichever you are regulating, and it has to be part of the institution. So one of our goals of the workplace is in today's world, you have to first be compliant, then do business. What do go back to build resilience and agility in the organization. And the CFO have a very clear communication between multiple stakeholders, because everyone has different priorities, and create consensus, because that's your job. My take on it is try to achieve a balance. So on the one hand, compliance is a must. Job of every taxpayer, like one of the directors has told us to keep them out of here. So that is critical. Having professional resources is equally critical. But having said that, also be proactive enough to sort of understand the environment. There are some notifications and benefits to try and get that and also to use the work. So then it's not just only about company processes, but at the same time, you also take the maximum benefit while keeping your ethics and transparency that you achieve with the benefits. Keeping the shareholders interest also at the same time doing that.
Thank you so much. As a closing remark, I would like to give embrace this community, not as a family, but as a make your organization not just a compliance. Teach your area. That's what you'll be doing from all the programs. Thank you so much. Thank you. So open it for question answer session.
Apologies, we're really tight of time. We also have another session before lunch, so I do not want anyone to be further in between that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's encourage them with a warmer round of applause for what a well curated and rounded conversation that was. May I please request our panelists to grace us for the moment of having all of you together for a group photograph. May we request you to please step forward ahead of the table so we can have them in one frame. And if you've learned something new from them, may I encourage our audience to please give them a bigger and a mightier round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all happening at the 8th edition of the Finance Leadership and Strategy Summit 2025. Whilst as we get ready, we are getting ready for our final session before lunch. And trust me, it is worth the wait. May we please encourage all our speakers to directly move outside, and any networking to be please encouraged outside and not to crowd around the speakers. The speakers are not going anywhere, so do not worry. They're just stepping out. So let them relax. All right. On that note, let's go ahead to our final conversation before lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we spoke about was CFO and AI imperative. When we spoke about the journey from automation to enterprise acceleration. We then went on to talking about CFOs powering cost optimization with a growth mindset. Just right now, we had the CFOs at the policy frontline where they spoke about navigating regulation and thereby driving compliance. And thereby, the final topic which comes before we move ahead is what is the future of finance? And I think we're very elated that we're going to be having our speaker rejoin us, but this time for a individual session because we feel he deserves that limelight with the kind of knowledge he'd like to share. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming for a keynote session once again on stage, Kumar Gaurav, Partner, Finance Transformation, EY India.
I think he makes it
consultants use PowerPoints because they don't have a point of view, right? So I think I should have him to say that, no, we do have a point of view and we are powerful as well. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know I am the only blocker between the lunch, so I'll try and make it crisp, but I would encourage everyone to have questions and do feel free to ask questions and chime in. True to the overall agenda, I think it's just 15 minutes that we are speaking, so we'll probably try and keep it short and more interactive that we have. So when we talk about future of finance, why the change? And I think more impetus has been given about the changes that is happening. But what importantly we will talk about is what are the big bets in finance and the need for change, right? So I think would try to point out, I think one of the critical pieces that we get to hear from clients is that we are the best. It is our way of doing, and we have done whatever it needs to be done. But the quote from Nelson Mandela itself says that no matter how high you climb, there's always the next peak, right? Unless you're climbing Mount Everest per se. So with that, I think what we are looking at is focus on the right-hand side of the screen where we are talking about three key changes that is bringing about value. And this was a question that Anurag and we spoke about in the morning. One, how do we make finance more and more touchless, which is the autonomous part of it? How we involve data and strategies into it. And third is talent, right? The three elements that is shaping the future of finance is what we will focus upon. But what is the dilemma that all CFOs have today? If you were to look into and reflect back into it, you see that one, Mr. Mistry spoke about short-term versus long-term value. So what's the paradox? Because each CFOs are pressured to deliver on numbers as well. So what is the how do you decide between creating a long-term versus a short-term benefits? That's number one. Number two is obviously at the cost of risk versus innovation. That's the second dilemma that organizations are faced into. Do you invest in protecting yourself or mitigating the risk versus innovation? That's the balance that you need to drive through. And third is obviously the skill set that we have. And you see below are the numbers. That's the global survey that we did with our CFOs to validate these three inferences that we have. So we talked about chief finance officer, etc. But what we call it as chief value officer. And I would like to draw your attention to the bottom half of it, where how the percentage of time is changing from what it used to be traditional to what it is now. For example, agility, how adaptive your function is to the changes, right? During the break, we were talking about the onset of digital in the GST infrastructure, right? How does it impact your financial process? I think two important pieces here from a value creation perspective, the last two pieces becomes very important. Is what we are seeing in the industry is CFOs leading the growth agenda. And that's where CFO programs are carved out, where CFO is chairing the meeting to drive growth agenda for the organization, be it capital investments, be it growth, sales acceleration, be it the growth mindset. Having said that, I think very important piece that we will talk about is what are the value that organizations are moving into. I know I'm from EY, so some of the pieces here will get, I maybe get bashed about it, but I think that's where the future is moving into, where planning the business and the way we see it is on the planning the business, how quickly you can forecast your adaptability. Second is your AI scenario based capability. Much has been talked about plan the business, so I will not focus much on that. But if you look into the second part of it, which is run the business, zero-touch finance system of record. This is a reality. This is going to be a reality where transactions gets more and more automated and auto-posted without human intervention. GST is a classic example we spoke about, where touchless processing can actually increase to 95%. Continuous book close is an important element and a trend that we are seeing organizations moving into daily closure of P&L to ease decision-making. So how can you do a continuous book close is a trend. On the reporting part of it is zero tolerance on regulatory and compliances. And I'm sure with across the room, if I see there's a lot of nods in terms of how regulatory requirements are increasing day by day, right? Then the last piece is the 100% digital audit. So the question earlier that Anurag asked me was about how do you define value, right? It's just in simple words, these are the 10 values that we see from any organization that is moving. But yes, having said this, what are the big bets, right? If you look at it, managing the expectation from everyone is one of the key requirements from the CFOs, right? And the key benefits and the numbers that matters is one, how can I increase volume of cash? Do you guys agree? Right? How do you increase velocity of cash? Agree? Right? And then how do you reduce the volatility of the cash? Right? So I think if we look at how the future of finance is moving, is all around these key values and the numbers that is coming back. So any questions till date? And I'll go to the big bets that I have. Anyone? I think everyone is hungry now, so I should wrap it up, right? Yeah. So I think there are 5 strategic bets that we are talking to meet this piece one, and that's all listed in here. So how do we move to digital operations is one of it. How do we move from data to insights? Finance talent, sustainable finance, and obviously underpinned by basic brilliance. Now we all talk about AI, automation, etc. Believe you in me when we say, in spite of us having enough automation, the processes are not digitalized. It is still running manually. Yes, we convert it into a digital form to process things. So how can we move from a digitized to a digital world is something that the journey is looking about. And the way we are seeing it evolve is the transformation or any function, it's not static. It's a journey that we have to ongoing and keep going in as and when. As technology evolves, your journey changes, your goalpost changes. So how do you keep evolving the goalpost, and the journey around it is an important element that we look at. So I know I don't have many slides, but I just have 5 slides to talk about as to what the journey is. When we talk about digital operations, can anyone relate to what Tom and Jerry has to do with finance? Anyone? It is? And you always see Jerry wins. Why? It's because of the speed of execution. It's because of the speed that is growth. So bigger businesses, if they are not nimble, if they are not agile in their operations, they tend to lose in the long run. That's what probably we see, the speed of operations, and digital operations will give you the speed in which the finance function needs to operate in the future. Right? Which one is better, the upper one or the lower one? Lower one? We all believe we all want to be that way, but actually we are the upper one, right? So how do we declutter ourselves from data? Because data is available in plethora. How do I generate the right insights to make my decision is the critical aspects of how we want to do. And that's what the journey is critical. There are hundreds of data points that gets digitally converted, but which information to make the right decision at the right time is critical. And that's where probably the second journey comes about. What is the difference between the first and the second? Everyone is of the sailor, so everyone knows about it, right? The team of Ganguly versus the team of Virat Kohli. Fitness is the tenacity, right? But Ganguly built in the aggression and the attitude, and which we had, the muscle toning and the tenacity was built in by Ganguly. And that's what the stretching is, to see how your current talent, it needs to be continuously evolved. Before Ganguly, there was a certain amount of focus of how Indian team used to approach it. That aggression was brought in by Ganguly. That aggression was taken up to a next level by Virat Kohli. And that's what probably we need to be in a continuous involvement of flexing our muscles and building our muscles to suit the adaptability that we have. What is the change that we need to do? And very specifically on talent, there were enough questions in the mind that we talked about. 3 skill set changes we need to do. One, the skill set. individuals, tool set, we enable that skill set to happen, and most importantly, the mindset. If you don't have the right mindset, the first two will fall. So that's an important element and trait that we are seeing in the future, in the finance leaders of the future, to say that how do we instill that mindset that we sustainability, we cannot have any discussion these days without sustainability. But more importantly, what has sustainability to do with the finance context? Increasingly, there was a white paper published by our research company which said societal value is one of the most important values that organ CFOs are facing. So how do you move from your own current increasing the shareholders' value to more a societal value that we are talking about? This is some of the emerging concept that we are seeing for the office of the CFO that probably needs further more detailing to understand, okay, how do I contribute, or how does my firm or enterprise contribute more to the organization sustaining? We all crib in future, right? It's half full, half empty. But the point is, why bother when you can drink even the half? That's a mindset change that we need to do, right? But how do you think this all evolves into? Finance, being finance, it's organizations are willing to invest in business, but they lag behind in automation and digitalization of finance, right? Why? It's because of their own mindset that happens, right? So what it does to make an elephant dance, and you see the barriers to change. We spoke about in the morning about adoption, right? Why does digital transformation fail in organization? It's the culture, the mindset. I am the best, right? And then I've done this, and I have arrived. I think that's the key message. So I think while we talked about the big bets that you have, it's also imperative for us to look back and say what are the key areas that deter us from change and moving into the right way, right level that I want to approve into it. But just wanted to share some thoughts around what the future of finance is holding on to us, and what are the key challenges that helps us realize that. Open to any question. No. So I think it's a valid question. How do you do it? See, I think uh, I've seen both organizations success and fail in this particular aspect. But what it really matters is how you link your particular processes to the wider organization mantras. For example, if you look about, let's say, the new age companies, one of their mantra is giving right experience to the stakeholders, right? Now, if you are an invoice processing specialist, how do you improve the experience of your vendors? How do you improve, if you are giving an MIS from a decision-making perspective, how do you improve the experience of your business leaders? End of the day, if I am not giving you the right experience, I will be perceived the way you want. So it's all about mindset change that we need to do and how we link it to the bigger picture to be able to drive for this. But then again, it's not informal, I would say. It is very much formal, because we've been hearing this for quite some time that CFOs are now actually driving most of the growth that organizations are looking into. And trend is suggesting that most of the CFOs are best equipped to be a CEO. So I don't think there is an informal piece to it. There has to be a formal piece to it. The onus is on the CFOs to drive the change at the We'll take the last question then. We'll take.
Speed for a small organization or any organization, speed could be a risk in terms of finances and terms of goals. So how can organization balance their speed in running an organization, their small-term goals, long-term goals, finance, in perspective of finance?
Balancing between the two parameters. Both. Then we take a longer discussion. So I'm just warning and the entire team here, right? But see, from a speed perspective, I would say it's true for our individual professional lives as well, right? If you don't grab an opportunity, you're compete for anyone. So when you say speed, it is all about making the right decisions at the right time. And that will bring about the agility and the flexibility that you have to make those decisions to do it, right? And no one is in today's life, it cannot be certain that I will have 100% data to support my decisions, right? And that's what we see, even if your data suggests, indicatively it suggests directionally, okay, you make a decision. You don't wait for it. So that's one in terms of the speeds, right? In terms of how to balance between the risk and innovation, the second question that you had, I think organizations today are listing to say what are the to do and not to do. I think the focus is not to do. So if you focus on three priorities, that is not to do, then probably rest of the decisions can be made in now. So the focus has shifted from, okay, these are as per the organizational ethics and organizational integrity. These are the do nots that I'm publishing, and from what may, we will not do this, right? That balances the piece. Otherwise, everything is a database decision that happens. So that's where the speed element comes into play. Short answer to your long question, but happy to catch up and deliberate on this. Thank you. We'll reach out to you. Thank you all. And again, as I said, I will not stop between you and your lunch. Thank you.
You know, this is what happens when you have the most incredible speaker joining us right between lunch. And of course, the team gets run for their money when we have to manage the time. But apologies on the same. We've got a tight schedule. Let's give our speaker a big, big round of applause for joining us and giving his expertise. Of course, we'd love him to connect with these attendee who had the final question. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's break in as per schedule for 13 minutes of power, networking and lunch. And we'll see you on the other side with some great discussions waiting. And I don't want to take much of your time. Please proceed outside and join us back. We've got power discussions on the other side and the awards, which we're all looking forward to. Thank you so much. We'll see you. Thank you.
Strategy for my work here, share world connections control. When we grow problems of the some creative space, so let's now in some measure and I'm not liking here from almost imagine section. To call upon the panel moderator, let's give it up for the Group CFO of RK Swami Limited, Rajiv Iwal. Rajiv, we look forward to your wonderful curation on the other side. And may I now request the Global CFO of GEPS Healthcare Solutions, Shiva Raman Iyer. We also take the opportunity of inviting the CFO of Shyam Bright Industries Private Limited, Abhay Tulsian. And ladies and gentlemen, the CFO of Shalini Hotels Limited, Nitin Khanna. So with that, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Rajiv to take it forward with his curation. Over to you.
Thank you, Doctor. It's the easiest thing. Sorry. Okay. I thought that was a cue from one of the easiest. Because I know usually people would doze off, but I have such good panelists. I'm sure they will not allow you to sleep. Crisis, brilliant. Brilliant. You're always a crisis manager. What other words come to your mind? Calculative. Calculative. In a positive way, I hope. Any other word? Competency के बिना तो बनेगा भी नहीं ना. I hope not. Okay, one last change management. Very good. So it's all about managing crisis, managing, bringing clarity as the topic also says, and so on and so forth. When I asked somebody, they gave a very interesting word. C stands for a chess player, because you always have to think 2 moves ahead of time, okay? Let me also ask, before we actually start the session, because I would like to ask the panelists here, if you were to give a word for C, what would that be?
Catalyst?
Huh?
Catalyst.
Catalyst. That's a very interesting word. Abhay?
I would always go for a crisis management, or I generally call them
copy hai.
Copy nahi, I call them generally as more of firefighters.
Okay. Acha. Shiva?
Very unconventional, because normally CFO doesn't have this tag, but I would rather say a cheerleader.
Cheerleader. Very
because
good.
Normally CFOs are not seen as a cheerleader. But probably in some of the examples I will cover, this contest as.
So the creativity is coming out, I can see that. C also stands for creativity, by the way. What does F stands for? Anyone? Other than financial? Fundamentals. Good. Any other word?
I would say fighter because always there.
Good. Firefighting. Very nice. Anyone from the panelists, any one of you want to go?
I would love to say fun.
Fun. I think you're having a good time. Okay. And what would O stand for? Overcome. We shall overcome one day. Yes. Opportunist. नहीं यार. हम अच्छे लोग हैं. Opportunist नहीं है. Yes. In a positive way. Yes. Okay. Maybe one more word and then Organizer. Very nice. Somebody says, oh my God. Okay. So, we spoke about crisis. We spoke about so many other words. Today, we are not here to talk about sunshine. We are here to talk about the rain. And what happens when the roof caves in? What happens when the alarm bell goes off? Those are moments that, as we always say, that they come and go and make you probably a stronger individual and makes you more resilient. And here are a group of panelists who have doused that fire and here to tell the tale, right? So maybe I'll start with Nitin. Nitin, Winston Churchill once said, never waste a good crisis. And he was a great guy under pressure. He also said one more thing. When you are going through hell, keep going. So the question that I want to ask you is, has there ever been a situation where you had planned that it will happen in a certain way, but towards the end, or when you launched it, something else happened, but you didn't give up? You continued going through the hell because what follows is heaven. Over to you, Nitin.
You started well. I think a day, in a life of a CFO, there's something or the other, there's a crisis somewhere. And while you were discussing about going through the hell, and while I was going through this topic, I keep on remembering there's so many crises. Every year, you're not able to meet budgets. That's the first crisis. And so I'm going to talk about something which probably is not common to everybody. I think everybody struggles with the budget. The business gives you a budget. Somehow they don't meet it. And then at the end of the day, your KRA also includes that, meeting their better targets. And somehow you don't achieve it. So that again is a crisis. But let me talk to you something which really scared me, once. And this was an event when I don't want to name the company, but we are in the process of ERP implementation. This was the time when SAP and other, all ERPs were making big names, and everybody was so interested. Every CFO had things to do, tick in the box that I want to do an ERP implementation. This is the first ERP implementation for me, and I was part of the team. And the entire team decided one fine morning that we will not do an all India, implementation. And
so at the time of initial conceptualization,
so there was
across the country.
Look, ERP can't be at one side or one corner of the room. It has to be one button. So somehow and the teams were not experienced enough in the ERP. The first time the group was implementing it.
And some senior person decided that, let's do only the western part of India, so that once it is implemented, the pilot is right, and then probably we will take it to the other parts of the country. But somehow nobody realized that there are stock transfers which are happening. I'm just taking you all to the days when we had stock transfers, excise, during those times. And somehow we started receiving material in the western region from Delhi and all parts of the world, and we didn't know how to account for an inventory. So I'm sure everybody is an expert in accounting. As soon as you receive the goods, automatic there is an inventory movement, and there is a provision which is created in the books for the creditors. And somehow we were like rallying around, nobody was able to understand. And few of us, like me, in the room, since we were junior, we didn't have the courage to stand up and say, hey, this is something which is seriously wrong. So yeah, that was something which came to my mind when you're talking about the hell and crisis. Yeah.
So extremely interesting topic here, because I'm quite sure many of our members in the audience would have also gone through an ERP. Can you just show by a raise of hands, how many of you have actually gone through an ERP? Okay, quite a few. I had, Nitin, also one such situation. Okay, and I'm tempted. I've written a few quotes, and I'm going to share one of them because it goes very well with this. Experience is what you get when you did not get what you wanted. Experience is what you get when you did not get what you wanted. So sometimes you plan for something, and what actually you end up with is sometimes very different from what you had anticipated. So Nitin, in a similar situation, we also had a situation where we were going for an ERP. And sometimes I'm not shy of sharing failures. We went through an UAT. UAT, as we all know, is user acceptance test, which are the tests you do before you actually launch into an ERP, where you actually go live with ERP. We did once, we did twice. It ran very well. And on the day on which you actually launched it, hell broke loose. As we said, we're not going to talk about sunshine. We're going to talk about roof caving in, right? Everything, hell broke loose, and nothing was functioning. At least आपका बाकी तो चल रहा था, खाली stock transfer नहीं चल रहा था. यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा था. And at that point in time, in that crisis, I do remember one of my mentors telling me, stay calm. And I was wondering, how do you stay calm in such a crisis situation? And that was a great learning because, and he said another thing, which I would definitely share here. He said, talk to all your stakeholders. Talk to all your stakeholders. Don't try to give them a rosy picture. Speak the truth. They will be on your side. Your problem is at the moment magnified in your head. When you speak with them, your problem becomes what it is. And trust me, we spoke to all the heads. Initially, one was assuming that everyone would kind of not cooperate. But barring none, everyone cooperated. Everyone very supportive. In fact, everyone started saying, don't worry, it will happen. And that kind of confidence, that kind of courage, and that support is very important in a crisis moment. So one thing definitely in a crisis moment is, how do you manage stakeholder relationship? Because if your stakeholders are not with you during a crisis, that song is there, na? Jodi to dakshune kyu na ashe, tobe akla chalo re. Yahan pe wo akla chalo re nahi chalega. You have to walk with your stakeholders. But Nitin, what did you do after that? So your things failed, and at that point in time, you have a choice of giving it up or maybe continuing it. What did you do?
So, few of us stood up and took the courage of saying that we should stop this. We stopped the software implementation. We went back to the old system. We ran it parallelly for 3 months. Till the time both the systems started giving the same results. And we also went for an all India implementation rather than only the Western, because the things were ready, to plug and play. If something is working in the western region, it has to work in the northern region as well. We went through the training, as you spoke about the stakeholder engagement. We went through the board. The first one to tell, we told about was the finance team because they were the first getting impacted. And then, as we engaged with everybody, everybody stood up and supported because, in the failure, we stood as one team. Even though there were silos, So there were various divisions, there were various segments. And within finance, there were 3 or 4 segments. That's how the accounting was taking place. And I think engagement did help. The same organization had a code word BNF, which is bad news first. and we actually stood up as a listed company. We went to the board and as a team, we said that there was wrong, something which went wrong in terms of decision making. We want to correct it. I think they were supportive enough. I think the board went off, out of the box and gave us some good real life examples as well, where we can take parallel help. We brought some big 4, people on the board who actually helped us in syncing the, old system and in the new system.
So basically what I gather from here is that your approach is extremely important. Don't change your approach midway, because if you're changing approach, then you have to tick all the boxes. Stakeholder engagement is extremely important. And very important, you have to break the bad news, because if you don't break the bad news at an opportune moment, then probably you will have a lot of more things to deal with, which are not preferable. Thank you, Nitin. Abhay, there is a quote here that everyone is a genius in a bull market. By the way, how many of you invest in stocks? Good response. And do you agree everyone is a genius in bull market? Yeah? Even the panwala was giving me a tip during the bull market. Okay? But the fact is, when you talk about bull market, when you talk about stock market, then obviously you're talking about investors, right? And Abhay, my question for you is that in your journey, I'm sure you would be engaging with a lot of investors and therefore a lot of promoters. There is always this, for a lack of better word, tug of war between the investors and the promoters. So was there a situation that you have encountered with either the investors or the promoters that led to a crisis in your head? And if it did, what was the crisis? And if you had one, how did you resolve it?
Okay, so basically to start with, the quote what you said, everybody is expert in a bull market. That is what happens even when we talk about with the investors and everybody. And everybody, even as a promoter, I am so bullish with my company. And even if my numbers are not right, I am always bullish. No, it's at the end of the day, my business, it's doing really good. So this happened with me once in very early stages of my career, although still I'm into early stage only, but it happened very early. Just cleared my chartered accountancy and then I started taking up these roles. So as a consulting CFO basically, and I was engaged with one startup wherein I am joining in and they've already given their first pitch deck to the investor. And as soon as I join in, I am going through the pitch deck. I start comparing the financials and everything. And I see there is a huge mismatch. Okay. And then I start feeling what is the mismatch. I speak down the line to the team and everybody. And they say, sir, it's something basically, there are few contracts which are in the pipeline, which will be getting signed in the next month, which we have already booked it as a revenue. It was more of a revenue recognition which was done earlier rather than being booked once realized. So, and then when I spoke to the founders about it, boss, this is not the right way of doing things. Probably we must be honest with our investors as to this is not the right way of going about it. And the investors were like, boss, we are going for a 200 CR round, and if I don't project this kind of a revenue, then the whole deal is going to go for a toss. And this was the kind of talks we were having. And being a new person coming to the company as a CFO, and I was like into a huge dilemma. And when you have just come out of as a CA and you have read, all those things as ethics, and like as a course curriculum, you study all the ethics and everything. And then you are like, no, yeah, this is not ethical that I'm recognizing my revenue too early and everything. So then what happened was, when I went back home after this, I was like, should I be doing this or not? I was caught into this. So that was the crisis I was caught into. And then next day when I went up, I spoke to the first to my founders in a closed room. Was, yeah, aisa kar rahe ho. This is something, probably you might get this round because of these numbers, but we have to see this not just a startup for getting this one round, but we need to see a broader picture, 2 steps ahead. Next round when I'm going to raise, will my investors have the same trust on me or not, if I want to raise again? And then we spoke about it, and then we finally ended up changing our whole pitch deck as to, this is not a recognized revenue, it's not part of my ARR, this is only a revenue momentum what I'm having. And then what happened was, founders were like, okay, now since you have told this, you go and pitch it to the investors. We are not coming because we don't want to lose our reputation, was their scenario on it. So then I went ahead to the investors. I told them, boss, this is the picture, and there have been some miscommunications from the end, and I want to give you a very clear picture, not to go, when you go into a marriage, you always want that everything is very transparent enough. So that is how even I treat always a promoter and an investor relation as a marriage, where you need to be very transparent and be very clear with what you're doing and what you're not doing. So that is what...
I hope your wife knows everything.
Yes, yes. So that is what happened there. Then I spoke to the investors about it, and they were really happy. And they too had some other doubts on the things, like the churn rates and everything were again manipulated. So we gave them a very clear picture, and they were really happier to know that, okay, we are acknowledging what are the problems in the business and working towards it. So it is really important that we present a right picture to the investors rather than sugarcoating things around it.
So it's a very interesting thing, because what you're saying is that in any relationship, while stakeholder engagement is important, the honesty in the relationship is very important. And even in a crisis moment, when you open up to your investor, they actually back you and support you. But on this note, actually, I'm reminded of a joke, and I'm wondering whether I should share it or not. But please understand, this is for a lighter moment and not something which we stand for. This was way back in 1989 when I started my articleship. And I asked, what does a CA do? So one of my uncles, jokingly, he said, Kuch nahi, he does A, B, C. Does anybody know this? No. He says, CA kya karta hai? Bola, A, B, C. I said, what is A, what is B, what is C? I'm asking you a question and you are saying A, B, C, aap mazak mein uda rahe ho. Bola, nahi. A, actuals. B, what is booked. C, what is cooked. Okay? No wonder we have so many regulations now to make sure we do only A and we don't do A, B, C. Right? So, I think I completely agree with you, Abhay, that honesty and transparency is extremely important. I've been involved in 2 IPOs as a CFO, and one of the things that I've realized is that when you meet investors, investors are expecting of you one thing. They always, even if your business model is very good, even if you are very skillful, they see whether you have governance standards. And if they don't agree with your governance standards, they will not even invest. So those are important elements, I feel. Okay, Shiva, I have one quote for you also. You shouldn't feel deprived, right? Left out. Okay. So a founder once told me that this was pre-crisis. Okay. Wait, where is it gone? Yeah. I led with vision. Post-crisis. Sorry, pre-crisis, I led with vision. Post-crisis, I led with empathy. Pre-crisis, I led with vision. Post-crisis, I led with empathy. Vision is great, but empathy makes people follow you through fire. So very important, very good words. Vision is great, but empathy makes people follow you through fire. So Shiva, people are very relevant in any business. Do you recall of any crisis that you had with people around, or where you had to deal with a lot of people and you're in a dilemma?
Very interesting situation. Probably early in my career when as a CFO, I did a lot of acquisitions, setting up, merging the businesses and so on and so forth. It was like a growth oriented, you are going absolutely gung-ho in your career as such. Imagine a situation where you are dealing with a company, meeting all operational parameters, profitability best in the class, flushing with capital, absolutely wonderful appraisal for the entire management and team. I mean, a jaw-dropping payout when it comes to bonus and everything. I mean, healthy pipeline, order book is also there as such. What can go wrong? Despite company having all this success, the company was into an existential crisis. There was a deep misalignment with primary investors on the long-term vision of the company. Now, in the absence of getting a middle ground, board was compelled, or what you say, board took a painful, unanimous decision to wind down the company. Wind down the company in obviously a very controlled and what you say, orderly manner as such. Now, this was the first time in my career where I was in a situation where, for no fault of any team members, for no fault of any performance, still I have to go through the process, and what I have not done in the past, I was always setting it up, now I was winding it down. I mean, all learning coming together, but in a completely different way. The first thing basically that was required at that point in time was not to lead by numbers, because numbers to bahut achhe the hamare, but to lead by people. So a cross-functional war room was created with HR, legal, ops, everyone. And obviously the discussion was not why. The discussion was how do we plan this communication and transition in a very fair and transparent manner as such. One thing which was very critical at that point in time and became these filters were applied for every action. First one, what truly impacts people? Second, what really impacts the reputation? Because I was dealing with two large players in the industry as such, who were the investors as such. Now, one of the things which came out across is that when you deal in this kind of a situation, you are not dealing with people per se, you are dealing with the livelihood. There is a family, maybe a 4-member family or a 2-member family. What happens to that? Because there are all sentiments and emotions. And probably As a finance guy, you will always do a scenario analysis, break even, ye, wo, and all those stuff. But here you are dealing with emotions at first hand. Every person, in fact, I remember a situation where a employee came with his parents, where his parents trying to convince, इससे क्या गलती हो गया, इसको संभाल लो. The point is not that basically an individual is at flaw. The point is that basically you have to wind down the company as such. Obviously, to the extent possible, what you say, approval was sought from the investors in a manner where you outplace them, absorb in your other portfolio companies, try to put it in your basically in any other of your operating companies. If not, do an industry benchmark of severance, get them a number basically that will help them to sustain a period of time till basically they get another employment kind of a stuff, because none of the guys were non-competent. The situation was such that basically we have to let go as such. Then the hardest decision came, time versus money. Board gave a mandate, 30 days mein khatam karo. Now, to convince them that let us do it in a very orderly, structured manner, 30 days is a rush. Any rush exit will not help you on your reputation or a culture which you build over a period of time as such. To convince this board that this extra 60 days is not a burn, but it is a brand investment. Saying that how this will help you in protecting your reputation in the market, at the same time basically giving a very soft landing for employees. At the same time also basically putting the PR and the media at bay, that nobody basically makes any noise on this front as such. Well, probably they agreed. Then came how to align all the unaligned stakeholders, because each stakeholder was having a conflicting objectives. To investor, the best way was basically to prepare a scenario-based financial model, try to give him various scenarios like exit payoffs versus liability, legal risk, ye sab hoga, to convince them on that front. To the board, who generally wants an update, prepare a state-of-art dashboard, give them a weekly update with various red, green, amber signals on the wind-down plan as to how the KPIs are progressing on the wind-downs with all those signals. To the employees, have a one-on-one HR support, gave them basically a resume workshop, gave them basically opportunities to speak to other vendors and all those stuff to see how you are placing them and all those stuff. Eventually, the narrative basically we changed it from a shutdown to a transition. What came out very
and in
clearly,
the process you bought time.
Yeah, we could complete everything in 2 months. By 2 months, all the operations were done, all vendors were paid, and investors acknowledged the dignity of the process that was followed subsequently as such. But what came out very clearly is that transparency builds trust, and trust reduces friction. That came out really very clearly in this process as such. As a final meltdown, basically, we did tying up all the loose ends, archiving all the documentations, ensuring that from an audit compliance perspective, you are creating enough repository so that you are not prone to any future risk as such. But when I sit back today and do a reflection, probably this was the first time in my career where there were 4 distinct learnings for me. Learning number 1, crisis basically creates probably a personality as such. Numbers matters, but how you deal with the people impacts the long run. Because these people reached out to me subsequently where they were placed, that whether they want to basically work with me again or not. And it created that branding as such.
True. So basically there are a lot of intangibles that get created. There are this brand recall that is being created. So, okay, Karen.
Yeah, we're out of time, but any closing
Okay.
remarks?
Yeah, okay, fine. So, closing remarks, I'll share 2 quotes probably. But thanks. Closing remarks, I'll probably share 2 quotes. And I personally love these quotes. Winston Churchill once said, "Never waste a good crisis." A crisis always puts you in a spot. But after crisis, if you don't learn anything, then that's your fault. So never waste a crisis. And sometimes in a crisis, you may not have all the answers. So there's another quote, which is one of the CEOs said, and I don't have time to tell the story, but this was a similar story in US, what Shiva was mentioning, where they had to lay off a lot of people, and the company was actually in doldrums. He said, "We didn't have answers. So we gave people something better, the truth. Straight up, no jargons, no corporate perfume." So my closing comments will be, crisis always brings a leader out in you. A crisis always gives you an opportunity to rethink and reset yourself and your organization. And a crisis is something which always leads to a better future, and no matter what. You can't think of a single crisis when you look back which has not helped us be a better version of ourselves or improve the surroundings around us. I think we have a very good panel, but we are also mindful of time, as Bhavna says. So maybe part 2 some other day. So thank you.
One point which I wanted to add over here is that
Shivaraman, you're taking a risk, huh, after the closing.
One just point as such. Unlike any CFO who basically always thrive for the company, a company का value बढ़ाना है, valuation बढ़ाना है. The biggest learning for me in this entire episode or instance was that you sometimes your job requires not to save the ship, but to land it safely, especially in a panic situation, because those employees were more critical than basically the company at that point in time as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our CFOs for sharing those real life stories. What's the life of a CFO? We've got to know. Ladies and gentlemen, let's encourage them with a big, big round of applause. And may I request 4 of our CFOs to come in the center, allow us an opportunity to capture you and maybe continue with that applause. Hashtag BW Best CFO Moment right here in Mumbai with all our top CFOs joining us. Without once again, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to head towards our next conversation. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us and giving us those real life cases and stories and helping everyone understand what the truth is behind every brand, and I'm sure they helped us on the same. May we request all of you to be seated. Our speakers are now going to be stepping out, so do not capture them or stop them at the gate. They're just going to be moving out. It's not a big deal. Let's continue with the event. So ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, we are talking about workforce transformation, empowering those finance teams across generations as well as technologies. And on this front, we're elated that we have with us our panel moderator. Let's give it up for the former CFO and Chief Compliance Officer, Tata Cleantech Capital Limited, Behzad Bisania. Thank you so much, Behzad. Always an honor having you on stage. And with that, if we could now call upon our eminent panel members, starting with the CFO of Hi-Fun Foods, Mayank Jaju. I also call upon the CFO of Wellspun Flooring, Chirag Goenka. CFO Mahindra MSTC Recycling Private Limited, CA Satya Prakash Shaw. Joint MD and CFO of Safex Group, let's call upon Piyush Chundal. And the Chief Financial Officer of Cloud Excel,
Balkishan Chandak. So as we have our eminent panelists on stage, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Beza to take it forward with a well curation of your discussion with your panelists. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, wonderful introduction for all the CFOs and load of experience that we have on stage today. And we've kept hearing about transformation, financial transformation, digital transformation. But how does this all happen? It all happens with people, right? People and technology. So a little bit on people and technology as to how you get your workforce in place. And I think one of the aspects of being the CFO is trying to kind of keep pushing on productivity. And the buzzword of productivity never goes or never dies down, whether it is revenue productivity, whether it's optimization of costs, and all those elements associated with it. And whether it is on actuals, whether it's on budgets, or whether it's on any other parameter that you want to build on, new projects, etc. Productivity will always take the fundamental ground in terms of how you assess the way forward. So welcome, and let's start kicking on it. Bal, I would request your inputs. The first part I would like to talk about is, as a CFO, we are in the generation movement, from Gen X to Gen Y and all this Gen codings that has come up, right? Yeah, millennials as we would be. And so there is a balance that needs to be created, right? And how do you think that balance would be made appropriate in the entire atmosphere creation of the CFO team? Because, again, with the link of productivity.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Bedad. See, I can talk about a lot of things on this, but I'll try to give my classic example in my case study that will help you to relate this particular point. That in your team, you have a Gen X working also, you have a Gen Z working also, you have millennial also working in your team. So there are various, every particular age group has their temperament, and you have to deal with those temperaments. And how do you build a team and create a work on a project? I'll give an example when we were having a due diligence with investors, and I had a team member who was very young, the same Gen X, and also another team member who was probably in the Gen Z. So based on the skill set of the people, you have to allocate the tasks to them. Like one of the requirement was searching for a document in a very old matters. Now, if I ask the same Gen X person that please search for this document into the organization, it is very difficult for him because he might be very new in the organization. He may not know background of that particular document, and he will say, okay, I cannot do it. But where is the skill set of probably a Gen X? We can use it. He has been into the organization. He is very senior into the organization. He has worked for a number of years also. Maybe by experience also, he is senior. So he understands the background of that. What is the importance of that? What is the compliance requirement for that particular document? So I took the help of the senior person and told him that, see, this is a particular document which is very critical for our due diligence. It is we need this. Then based on his knowledge, based on his past experience, figured out that it was basically particular share certificate for probably I'll say I think it was some 1981 certificate on how to get that particular share certificate, what will be the source of that certificate. Since he has worked in the organization for a certain number of years, he knows where to trace it, how to trace it. So I had used that skill of Gen X and told him that this is very important. Now the same thing if I want to correlate with that Gen Z person, usually in a due diligence process, you need to coordinate with a lot of team members and all. And you need to do a lot of work regarding technology and coordination. So I told the person that, see, this is the coordination work which I want to allocate to you. And the person was very, very good in terms of calling up immediately, asking for a support, this is particular information I need for the due diligence, please mail me, doing a continuous follow-up, making a control sheet that, okay, fine, these are the queries raised by this is the output of this is the pending information, how can I support him? So I use his skill. So when I'm using a two different skill set person with two different experience, you have to build a team and a cohesive team environment so that both can work together.
Wonderful, wonderful insight. Thank you. 1981. Wow. I hope you found the document.
Yeah, fine.
Chirag, over to you. So what do you think would be the best practice in terms of creating an engagement strategy between these generations, and how like what Bal mentioned is kind of pick up the skill set and kind of allocate, but a lot of more cohesive aspects are required, and to build that kind of team to get into shape so that the productivity and delivery is at its peak.
So I think very, very fair. So Biznad, I think yes, it's pretty fair, a very, very right question, in which today in my current organization I'm facing is I've at least 2 to 3 generations, someone in my team who's fag end of the career, someone who has just started. We just hired fresh MTs from IIM. So this is the true thing. But effectively, how we build a cohesive environment is by giving a comfort that the purpose here is much more larger, to create an impact to the business and not mere there, and changing the age-old mindset of young guys means more tech savvy and the older guys are more rigid, kind of to drop that mindset. And then bring everyone on the table, have fair conversation that the objective here is to create a right impact via data. Why how do we serve the business? How do we create a strategic impact to the business? And from there on, how we gel this best of both of it. So both the teams know that the young guys may bring more of data savvy thing, the older guys may bring more of business acumen, the more of compliance thing. So how do we gel well? So between the two, we create right mentorings, reverse mentorings. Maybe some younger guys, we create those forums. We create those forums maybe within the function, maybe town halls, maybe smaller one-on-ones. So how does a proper data exchange happens? How does the working groups create where the positives and where both the sides are balanced, and truly an outcome where people are comfortable knowing that they are here to serve their best things. Second, I think data. I think inclusion is one of the key aspects to this. Why inclusion? Why inclusion is because people, whenever we are starting a technology journey, everyone should have a visibility. It's not at the end they are directly this is the technology platform you have to serve and now start day one using. No, they're part of the initial brainstorming, in the initial implementation. People start feeling owning that their thoughts are there, they have seen that. So slightly the ownership on their side. So I think how we built inclusiveness to it, that happens. And thirdly, also right incentivization of changing. So I think working with multiple generations together in a roof is a reality. Especially manufacturing sector where I represent from. Having said that, how we gel the strength of both the things is my thing. So that's how my view is.
Lovely. I think one of the points which you mentioned was about organization before self, and that kind of is the underlining factor, how we grow together. And if you're able to grow together, then of course the outcome is much this thing. So Bal, any take on this from your aspect? Because age gaps, etc., skill gaps, like you mentioned, youngsters are more tech savvy, etc. How do you think that you're going to balance the two? Because expectations in terms of a young guy and somebody who's with 21 years of experience, I don't think if the mindset is right, the difference is much. And if growth perspective and the organization perspective is the focus, then obviously there should not be any difference in terms of growth aspects. But of course, the stickiness of the age category as well as the continuity, all these need to be balanced. And how do you think you're going to look into that?
See, in both the scenario, we know that the age is a factor that people tend to leave the organization very less when they become older and they want to stick to that particular organization. So you have both the plus and minuses of that age factor.
But when you talk about in an organization, see, this inclusiveness and cohesiveness working is very important. So you have to bring both the team members on the table, and you have to appreciate, acknowledge their importance in the organization. Everyone is playing a part of role. The young generation may be very tech savvy, and he is using a lot of tools which you can use that skill set of his technology. And the age means the senior members, you can use his knowledge about the regulatory environment, about the risk into the organization, that you can use his. If you reuse both the things, and as an organization, you need a lot of both of them. So you cannot just have one part of the team members only on the technology side, that I will give them all the technology and the company will work fine.
Right.
So you need both of them. Very important.
Absolutely, absolutely right. So Piyush, some take on you. We were talking about, how this age gap and everything is it's an actual situation. In this scenario, how do you see mentorship happening within this team, between the teams, the mutual learning, and how do you see this grow or diverge in terms of what is needed for whom, and how do you focus on that aspect?
So basically, this is one of the most underrated but powerful aspect of workforce transformation, where building belongingness across people from different generations is very necessary. And honestly, it cannot be done with the HR policies and HR playbooks. So we at CFX have some simple but very meaningful changes which we have done. So first thing, instead of having an old idea of top-down mentorship, what we have built is called mentorship lattice, where there's learning flows in all directions, where a Gen Z person is explaining to the senior leader how to use a Power BI, how to make a presentation, a powerful presentation which is through a Canva or through a Gen AI kind of a environment. And where the senior leader is teaching the Gen Z how to deliver a presentation, making a presentation, delivering a presentation, using a Power BI and taking insights from it. So in this way, both the Gen Z and the senior leader learns how to have a mutual respect and how to learn from each other. Second is that what we have learned is that hybrid work is not like that one size fits all. With different generation comes different problem, where a new person who is entering the organization needs to spend more time in the office. There might be a person who is in the parenting mode, and there might be a person who has to look after their parents. So the accountability and the trust that they will be able to deliver what is required is to be respected. And last, we have made a point that in the town hall, each and every person, be a person who is retiring or be a person who has just completed a year in the organization and completed a very important project, should be celebrated together so that there is a mutual respect and mutual trust between all of them.
Oh, very pertinent point. I think sometimes the CFO teams don't celebrate enough, and that's something which I think in the last fire chat we mentioned about joy and aspects there too. I think it's very important that we celebrate the small actions because there's nothing much which we can say is defined targets. Unfortunately, the CFO desk and the team below, there is a lot of mundane tasks that needs to be done, and sometimes it's quite thankless, and it's quite important that your take on it.
I want to add a practical thing which we talked about as well on the reverse mentoring. Now, not in the current organization, but in the erstwhile organization, we have launched two concepts. One was reverse mentoring, and the second was like you have an executive committee, XCOM, we called it YCOM, which is the kind of the millennials who get a chance to be part of the key decisions of the organization. Now, these two initiatives act as a merging or bridging the gap between I would say, a seasoned professional and a professional who is just entered into the corporate world. My personal experience on reverse mentoring, it kind of opened a lot of things which we are not aware of. And in our organization, it kind of worked wonders in terms of the senior people, or I would say senior in the sense the number of experience in terms of the work versus a newcomer. And then you realize that how this millennial thinks of. So one is you are learning from them, what is technology things are happening. And the second piece, more importantly, which is an eye-opener for me, is that now millennials don't work for, obviously, for money and all that. You need to engage them. You need to find a purpose for them to work in the organization. So I think just want to share this practical aspect which really helped the organization in bridging that and understanding how to take best advantage of both sides.
No, in fact, that was leading us to the next question, because one is the generation gap. But then having the generation gap, and you need to associate with the talent and capability aspects of both. So where do you see the center of excellence concept in terms of analytics and automation, and how the whole thing fits into it? Maybe your take on that.
So before Hyphen, I worked for PepsiCo 15 years. Major part of my work was in business. I mean to say business, finance, supporting and all that. But my last assignment was setting up a global capability center for PepsiCo, which is currently based out of Hyderabad in India. And I would say this stint of mine has actually opened my eyes about how the workforce thinks and what a GCC can do about. So I will talk in two parts. One is first, to answer your point, COE, Center of Excellence, or now GCC is the new word, or the word normally organizations are using. Clearly, is if an organization is size in nature, clearly it's the way to go, and there are a lot of advantages of that. The moment you centralize things, you kind of able to take advantage of the technology. You can just follow, standardize, simplify, automate, eliminate, whatever you want to do, you can do that, right? And accuracy increases. You can really use system for analytics, right? For example, the organization which I'm talking about, entire analytics of FP&A work happens from that one place for all the countries and territories where this organization operates. The tricky part is how to keep people engaged, because you are sitting 1,000 kilometers or 100 kilometers. We are not sitting at the base location, right, where the real action is happening, where sales is happening, production is happening, the organization. You are sitting at a place where you are not directly knowing what is heat of the business, and still you, as an employee, you need to deliver, and as a manager or as a center lead or things, you need to keep people engaged, right? And that's where I feel when you have a COE model, the challenge comes. Initial few years, you have a great work, you bring work, standardize, do automate, people like it, you have all mix of people, but how to keep people engaged, how to inculcate the business cold knowledge of business into them becomes very difficult. So COEs as a great concept, but I think the moment you have a COEs or a GCC, people management become equally, I will say, much more important and difficult. And again, there is no harm in confiding. Before that stint, I was a normal finance professional. There are few people reporting to you directly or indirectly. It's easy to manage. But suddenly when there are 5,000 people and people look upon you, and how to ensure that 5,000 or 8,000, 10,000 remain intact becomes a real people problem. So that's what my take on the COE's world. Lot of companies are going on that path. That's the real way, and that's the only way, I would say, if you have a scale, but keeping people engaged is the most difficult in that sense.
Yeah, but I think now going forward, getting a COA in place also is going to be tough because we all talk about AI and ESG, and I don't know who is an AI expert at the end of the day, but to get the COA in place itself is going to be quite a task, and well, kudos and best wishes for that. But as center of excellence, like even Kumar mentioned, data, and I'm going to pick up on that point again. You need to have data first, and data first is more of the right talent is going to get the right set of data. And in fact, we were having a chat, Piyush, and he mentioned that he's also put in a data scientist within the finance team, so that the entire structure is kind of taken care of in terms of how data is used and managed effectively. So Chirag, what's your take on data first talent, and how you think is going to change the decision making and innovation in the way forward?
So I think, yes, data first talent is the need, and not everyone is data first day one ready, but effectively how do you make the whole ecosystem ready is the kind of the thing we have. Rightly said, having a data science people in the finance team is something I've seen at Amazon. Every finance team has a data science, but how to use him, how to connect this with the business thing. So it needs to be a balance of both the business understanding and the data science, but it's a need. So I think reskilling the existing team, making part of them, using the best of the talent young generation would have, is understanding the tools. Maybe I'm not sure if Python or many more. The older generation with the business acumen, and I think balance of both is the thing. Retraining, reskilling is the need of the hour. The way the world of technology is moving, it needs to be done periodic basis. Maybe the first thing when we discuss the next year goals, the training is the center of the things, and most of the people, the technology part of training is kind of in today's world is we are. So of course the another is the compliance, because Indian compliance environment is always dynamic. Having said that, technology remains the first. So how do you put training as an agenda, see the need gap, and focus there? People who are up high the ladder, how to even push up more and below. So I think it's a balance of better retrainings, more of having a combination of talent and the reverse mentorings, the kind of things we heard. So I think it has to be a mix of all three.
It's interesting that you mentioned about tech, because there's a lot of buzzword on transformation and finance transformation and business transformation. So what we spoke about was human potential in terms of generation diversity and how you're going to balance that aspect. But how are you going to get them tech ready? So Satya, what's your take on how CFOs will combine the human potential and the digital tools that they'll be handed with in today's highly diversified environment?
Thank you, Bajar. In fact, see, balancing all these three things and all such disruptions which we are going across in these eras, post-COVID, I mean, AI got accelerated. And in the last 2 years, if you see, Gen AI has taken place. And this Gen AI is appearing as a disruptor because of its ability to create content which resonate with your human skill and expertise. Today, if you see, I have just observed, when we were talking about the workforce transformations regarding generation gap, this one thing we have observed in the recent times, many of your Gen Z and many of your employees who can't speak well, but recently they have started writing very nice mail, nice letters, nice graphics and all. But when it comes to speaking, they are unable, they don't correlate with their writing skills. How come? But again, I appreciate that one. Anyway, the quality is coming up. It is all because of Gen AI. This Gen AI is accelerating the innovations. It is delivering verbal outcomes, but yes, again, thoughtful and purposeful applications of mind should be applied, and highest level of ethics and transparency should be there. But again, despite all such hype, I would say this Gen AI cannot replace human. See, the same problem crops up when there was an advent of personal computers. People used to fear and used to create panic that this is going to replace our job, this will take our job. But later on we found that no, the work gets faster, work got scalable, and today we are seeing the advent of personal computers, the invention of personal computers didn't take away any jobs. And again, if you see now, in the last 3 years, if you see every 1 year, we are seeing the next transformation of AI. AI as a toolkit. Now today, a buzzword is coming up, AI as an agent. But again, there is a dilemma. How could it be an agent? Because see, AI will remain as a toolkit. They are going to help you only. The decision-making power remains with humans. AI is going to recommend, but the human who is going to approve, who is going to take decisions. And the very reason is that AI cannot be prosecuted, AI cannot be punished, AI cannot be hanged. So anywhere, any activities, if you see, where you need to fix an irresponsibility, human sign-off will be there. So GenAI is coming as a disruptor, but it is less of a disruptor what I say. Again, coming to a workforce, the most interesting part in today's era is that workforce transformation, and it is transforming very significantly. Now, if I ask you, definition of workforce has got significantly. Now it is no longer confined to your internal employees, where you do have control. The non-controllable part, particularly external employees, where you don't have control. If they do something, you can't do anything. You can take action on your internal employees, but you can't take action directly or indirectly to the external employees. And now it has gone to a level ahead. Now it is not confined to external employees. It has moved ahead to some your part-time outsourced agents. Gig economy workers. Now gig economy workers is a trend in which we are seeing in this IT world. Gig economy workers. But on top of that, I would say a new workforce has come in terms of robotics. Now robotics brings smartness to automations. Chatbot-driven digital workforce. ATM could be taken as a machine, but if ATM is put up as a robot, it is also a kind of robot. The work of a cashier is being done by an ATM machine right now, right? So this workforce transformation has happened, which we have seen. And so again, talent crisis is also there. Now again, in the first of the panel, somebody was telling that if we train some employees and if we leave the company, there is a loss to the company. Then again, CFO said, it was discussed. And it is really a correct dilemma. And we need to upskill and reskilling. Upskill and reskilling is a prerequisite in today's era. And we need to embrace, and again, as one of the panelists was telling that, in fact, today's compensation pay package is no longer a satisfactory thing. Now employee wants more. Even if you see some government company, I will not tell the name in the sake of that one. If you see the workspace of a particular government department, of a very highly sensitive zone, it will look like it's very, newly discotheque type of office. But that type of, embracing of new workforce, just to, promote them, just to focus on employee value propositions, and in contrary to become the employer of the choice, employer has to resort to this new phenomenon. There is no choice out. You have to resort to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes.
See, now combining this Gen AI and workforce, I would say, see, Gen AI, these new digital solutions will give you better outcomes. But at the end of the day, these digital solutions has got no meaning. It appears worthless if it can't retain and evolve the employees who can reap the value of these benefits.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, you rightly said, if it's effectively used, it's not really a disruptor, it's more of an enabler. So how do you do this tech-enabled engagement, and how do you optimize the productivity of the team with the tech-enabled engagement?
Yes, particularly in our company, actually, just to mitigate this age generation gap, it was before COVID, in fact, a shadow board is there in our company. Shadow board, which is being represented by the millennials, the Gen Z, the youngster only. But it will be headed by a top management. A group CFO or group CEO, or some sort of higher authority, competent authority will be there as an heading. But the entire shadow board is just to have the mindset, just to have the views, just to have the approaches, just to have what the new generation, what the new age workforce thinks in that way. So we do have shadow board in our, in our domain. Once held in a half yearly, but once in a year it will be there.
Interesting.
Yes.
Piyush, coming back to you, and probably one of the last aspects, leadership pipeline. There's a huge dilemma in the generations that are there. Everybody wants to, pace up fast in their careers, and there are people at X levels and Y levels. So how do you see this it as a structured succession plan in terms of opportunities and developing the next CFO in your team, such that there is effective transition that happens?
So I always believe, and I often use the word in our organization, born and brought up in CFX. So my colleague is here, Charu, so she is born and brought up in CFX. She is there with me since last 6.5 years. And there's a core group which we have formed, which we call Core Finance Group, in which people like Charu and our finance controller, our UK and group global reporting global reporting employee, and secretarial and compliance officers, and then is in that group. So basically, we are mentoring them, we are teaching them, we are cross-teaching them how to do each other's work, and there should not be a gray area. How I often say is that whatever is not done by anyone else, it has to be done by you guys. So instead of a CFO, we have introduced a CFG kind of a concept. Of course, at last, statutorily a CFO is required, but more oftenly, we believe in there are a set of people who often shadows the CFO and get the work done. So amongst these people, there is an accelerated program in which they're shadowing the promoters, they're shadowing the senior leadership, and they're cross-trained in each other's department, so that one fine day we are able to get not one, not two, but a good layer of people who can succeed me.
Fantastic, fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the panel's views. And if there's any questions, we can take it up, or we can have a discussion subsequent to this session.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Of course, we encourage the questions offline because of paucity of time, but may we please request our eminent panelists to give us an opportunity to get you all in one frame and capture the moment. And to all our audience members who are here present with us, if you've learned something from our speakers, I think let's give them a mighty round of applause. Hashtag BW Best CFO as one word. Remember to continue those sharings on social media and let the world know what happened at the 8th edition of the Finance Leadership and Strategy Summit 2025 right here in Mumbai. Well, now it is time for us to head towards our next conversation. The sustainable CFO leading the green shift. Well, always in any event, a talk without sustainability almost seems incomplete. So why not bring it even in the CFO's aspect? So on this note, we're now going to be welcoming our moderator first of this conversation. Let's give it up for the managing editor of BW Businessworld, Palak Shah. May I also invite on stage Executive Director Finance CIAT Limited, Kumar Subia. Do we have Kumar in the room? I believe not right now. We're going to be going ahead just in interest of time and calling upon our next eminent panelists. The founder and CFO of Next Humans Innovation Private Limited, former Nivea. Let's give it up for Bharat Sri Maheshwari. And ladies and gentlemen, the CFO of Blue Tokai Coffee Roasters, Amit Nagpal. So our team will figure out where Kumar is, and he's going to be coming up. All right. So with that, let's go ahead with the panel, Palak. We'll have Kumar join us in some time. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna, for that introduction. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm sure you're not sleeping after that lunch. Okay. Should we wait for Kumar or? Oh, he's here. He's here. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Kumar.
Thank
Settle
you.
down.
Thank you.
So we are ready for a dynamic discussion with trailblazing CFOs as they reveal how sustainability fuels innovation, profits, and purpose in their industries. Buckle up for the insights that blend green strategies with business brilliance. Can we start with you, Kumar?
Yeah.
You're fine. So, you're steering the financial ship at C8. How have you harnessed the power of AI for cutting-edge digital tools to make ESG reporting less of a headache and more of a game changer?
First of all, AI application or usage cuts across various facets of the business. As far as ESG is concerned, how we use technology or how we use AI is that it starts from the fact that how to make a business sustainable, how to make sure that the governance process is best in class. Okay, how do you make relevance to the social aspects of it? Okay, so one of the areas with respect to sustainability, areas where how AI can play a role. I work for CEAT. We manufacture largely tires. Okay, and two specific areas where AI plays a role. Okay, and we use AI in terms of ensuring ESG compliance, and we use AI a little less in terms of reporting. That is the reality. For example, for us to ours is a manufacturing industry. It consumes a lot of energy. Okay, it consumes raw materials. There are some wastages. AI plays a role in terms of reducing wastages. We decided to embark a journey called as Lighthouse, which is a recognition for using AI in the manufacturing process, and it is recognized by World Economic Forum. Every year there are only two tire companies who got two tire factories who got Lighthouse recognition, and incidentally both of them are CEAT factories, one in Chennai and another Chennai this year in January, and Halol factory near Baroda 2 years back, and no other factory, tire factory in the world has got this recognition. So from our point of view, where we applied AI was, in the entire process of manufacturing. Okay, how do we make sure that the technology helps in terms of bringing down the energy consumption, bringing efficiency, and also ensuring we are able to use clean energy. For example, I'll make one thing very simple. For example, in utilities, one of the utilities is that compressed air. Okay, and it travels distance because it's required in multiple machines. We use AI technology to find out where are the leakages. We could identify about 135 small leakages, which otherwise it's very difficult to identify, and AI helped or technology helped. Similarly, in the manufacturing process, our wastages used to be as high as 4.2%. Okay, artificial intelligence combined with technology helped us to identify what are the areas where we could bring down the wastages, okay, and make sure that our business is sustainable. Similarly on power, similarly on various other areas. That's the way I would like to respond.
Okay. So I think we'll go to Bharat Sri Maheshwari now. At Nivea, you have turned sustainability into a secret weapon for standing out in a crowded market. Can you spill the beans on how you have woven eco-conscious strategies into your business model, not just to do good, but win big?
Yes, thank you for having me here. So audience, I worked with Nivea for 12 years. So in 2017, when we started in this ECG agenda, our target was to go with net zero emission by 2045. And we had set a certain target by 2025. And the good part, like within the 6 years, by 2023, we received the AAA rating from CDR. CDR is actually a global carbon disclosure project, non-profit organizations, where every year more than 20,000 participants apply it for a triple rating, B, C they have. And in 2023 and 24, we received the triple rating. So I aligned with Mr. Kumar. He said how they have been, especially in the manufacturing part, logistic part, green logistics. In manufacturing, you have a water footprint reductions. So we did the similar things, also innovation in packaging, held in reduction of raw material cost, SKU improvement, and also it helped indirectly in the brand loyalty improvement. Now my current venture, I would like to highlight about the GoPluto.ai. It's purely a AI project. So it is similar to how your life is changed from Google search to ChatGPT, where you get the personalized answer. Similarly, GoPluto is similar, like LinkedIn is where you create a lot of network with noise, but GoPluto give you a direct answer and it match you with professional people based on your intent and likeliness. In terms of ECG, especially in the AI sector, which is very new, the technology is very, very expensive. So when I started with my tech team discussion as a CFO or founder, definitely when I learned it is a lot many dollars company or you require cost. And from, let's say, every token has a cost. So what is the cost, especially in the AI industry, is the token. How many times you put the prompt is the cost. And which is paid in dollar. There are different versions if you use the ChatGPT. So where we can reduce the e-waste, how we can reduce the, improve the user navigation and reduce the number of prompts. Yeah, so indirectly you save a lot of cost. You help in ECG also. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that insight. We'll go to Mr. Amit Nagpal, who is from Blue Tokai Coffee Roasters. So, Mr. Amit, Blue Tokai sustainability vibe is a magnet for coffee lovers and talents alike. Can you share a story of how your green initiatives have either lured top-notch talent to your team or cracked open exciting new markets for your brews?
Sure. Thanks, Pala. So just to give you a quick background, Blue Tokai is a high-growth D2C company, and we typically expand via retail format. And when I say retail format, we all know the key focus has been hiring. If you need to really expand across India at a faster pace, hiring is key. And it's not only hiring, it's attracting the right talent. So the critical part is, I would highlight a key word which we really believe while hiring people and even while working at Blue Tokai. Diversity in hiring and training is something which is super critical for us. And when I say that, it's not only about company getting people, it's also someone getting a first job of life. It's someone who is changing his livelihood, sitting in village, coming to a city, or even being in the city, getting his first job. We train them to a level that they have a full ladder to grow from there. So very high focus on training. Though it's an early stage for the company, but we have training centers across metro cities now. So I would say as a practice, training is something which we really focus, and that helps us really attract the talent across all cities.
Okay, so it's the stress on training of talent. That's how you. So to all the panelists, I would like them to give me one, give me an idea about what's the most surprising and game-changing benefit that your organization has unlocked by putting sustainability front and center.
See, in the past, ESG or sustainability was a good thing to do. So in the past, contributing to the society was a nice thing to do. Okay, today, sustainability is not ESG is not a good thing to do. It is part and parcel of the business. If you try to drive sustainability in isolation in a business, okay, I don't know whether you'll get the results. If you try to make it part of the business agenda, okay, then the outcomes would be very different. Okay, so for example, in the past we used to call it as sustainability is like every year you contribute a CSR from external point of view. Okay, I go and say, look, I'm doing something good from sustainability point of view, provided it gives the business any benefits, or sometimes we used to say it's a good thing to do. Today, if you make it as a part of the core, okay, and there are multiple business benefits.
But do you have to sell sustainability and ESG to your board members?
No, it actually the pressure is reverse. I'll give you one example. We started our journey with respect to clean energy. I'm giving clean energy as an example. Okay, and over the last 4 or 5 years, we invested a lot. On rooftop solar. We invested a lot on group captive power, wind energy, and then we went and presented to the board saying, look, we have now reached a level of 42% of our power consumption, and ours is a power intensive industry. We have reached a level of 42% of clean energy consumption. The challenge from the board or the response from the board was not, oh, great work. That was, of course, they appreciated that, from almost under 5%, we have reached 42%. I think the challenge from the board was, okay, how do we reach 100? Okay, I know, in India, clean energy is possible. See, nothing is impossible. Honestly, nothing is impossible. In India, clean energy, we always identify with solar. Okay, and to some extent wind. Solar is available only during the daytime. Okay, and storage of or banking of power has not yet reached traction. Okay, it has not reached a business case level. So from that standpoint, most of the companies would try to get as much solar power subject to meeting the regulatory requirements, and would think, oh, closer to 50% could be an endpoint. But however, in reality, if challenges from board is that why not 100%? Okay, it makes you to think. Okay, I'll quickly answer to your original question. Look, customers respect us if you are running a sustainable company. I'm building on the point, you can attract talent. Today, youngsters would like to work for a company, okay, which is very highly conscious with respect to, what they do to the society, okay, and they would like to work for companies who are making a positive contribution, okay. So therefore, ability to attract talent, okay. Sometimes, if you become the first one in the industry to get into some of the areas, you also get some benefit. Okay. And many a time, if you go and tell your customers, for example, in a tire, I'll reduce the weight, but it'll improve the fuel economy for a vehicle. I think it's not only a sustainable related goal, but it is also helping the business of our customers. Okay, I can go on in terms of giving multiple examples. It's core. There are multiple ways in which you can make sustainability main part of the business for every function, every individual to drive them, and eventual benefit is the business.
Okay. So one story, if you can give about.
Yeah, so like Kumar mentioned, so definitely, especially in FMCG side or retail side, it is always product innovations. A lot of ESG agenda helps in terms of improving the brand loyalty from the customer, attracting a lot of top talent because they are aligned with the purpose. But for board, definitely it is also important as a finance fraternity to reflect that data are visual in terms of the impact, and especially from the whether cost reduction or business acceleration, where the AI help to trace the real-time information on various parameters, whether it is the energy consumption or water footprint or supplier chain sustainability KPI. So that actually help improve the traceability or information transfer with the senior stakeholder internally also, and also with the investor. So I would say it is important to continuously reflect the information in a very crystallized manner. As a finance team, we did that. That helped to drive the sustainability agenda in the organization.
So, yeah.
So I think, Palak, you'll be surprised with the answer here. My one-word answer would be a customer repeat rate. You might be surprised why that, but give you a small example. We changed packing to completely a recyclable one. Few consumers would have understood that what direction we are taking, and few probably felt it's a unique and a premium product because it looks different and unique. So I feel I've clearly seen multiple examples where the customer repeat rate has really shot up because of the.
Is there any storytelling trick you have for that?
So a small one, we sell FMCG coffee beans, and we have a highest market share in the coffee bean category. And we shifted from normal packaging to a recyclable, which is more of a brown paper and is recyclable. So the initial feedbacks we got that the packing is great, it looks more premium. And the long journey was the repeat rate jumped from almost 45% to 60%. So I think it could be one-off fluke, but I clearly feel that customer respects if you follow sustainability principles, and half audience probably will realize what you're trying to do, half will take it as a unique product, and there's a benefits to the company for sure.
Okay, thank you. We can have questions from the audience, and then again we can go back to discussion if the time permits. Is there anyone who would like to ask any question to any of our three panelists? Otherwise, we can continue. Thank you. Mr. Kumar, so how have you cleverly sidestepped at CET to keep your green game very strong? Is there any pushback from, say, big shareholders or, I mean, on the cost side, or any of the pitfalls that you feel that, this is leading to a cost increase or something like that?
You would be surprised if the answer. When you interact with the investors, analysts, a lot of foreign institutional investors and foreign portfolio investors have also invested in the companies. Okay, if you go to some of the conferences, okay, these FIIs and FPIs only meet those organizations who are very high on ESG. Okay, they don't even meet companies who I'm sure they have some references based on which. So therefore, the respect that you get from investors and particularly institutional investors is very high. Okay, when you are running a part of the sustainable organization. Okay, one. So number two, so therefore, there has never been a pushback from our side. But having said that, from practicality point of view, okay, we cannot go and say, look, my margins have dropped by 2%. Okay, because I've invested on sustainability. Okay, so therefore, it is about having a cake and eat it too, kind of an approach. How do you make a sustainable, a business compelling, business value creating kind of a story? Okay, so since you were asking him a story, I thought I'll tell a story. When we decided to invest in new capacities in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu government, one of the important points that we negotiated with them was that water, because water is not available so much in Chennai. And then we got into a good discussion whereby Tamil Nadu government agreed to send a recycled water with a dedicated water pipeline for 14 kilometers, which was a very important deliverable from our point of view. Okay, it's not because of cost. Of course, cost came down. Cost was better, but it helped in terms of getting water which otherwise would have gone into sea. It's a sustainable thing. Similarly, when we initially started investing on solar, on our ROI payback parameters, it was not meeting the business threshold. But however, we could find ways to make that happen. So it's all about a mindset. Okay? And we have hardly had any pushback from anybody saying, why do you want to invest? Why don't you give us more returns? We've never had that kind of a conversation.
Okay, that is great. So, Mr. Bharat Shri, can you explain people what is Next Humans and how you are blending sustainability with cold, hard financial results?
Okay, so I think there are three parts in sustainability. So we normally lot of focus on the environment side, and there are the two other components are people and economy. So the version of Go Pluto when we started is more focused on the people and the economy, because with the emergence of AI and lot of technology, it is creating more unrest in the humankind more than ever. And I read about Mr. Khosla also, where he talked about the utopia and dystopia of the AI in the future. And he has own version of world in 2050. From there, I inspired that I should create something which can help to ensure. In an earlier panel, we talked about also the timely upscaling of the people. And that's the background where I thought whether I can allow people to timely upskill, and how I can allow people to have a more peaceful life and a respectful life and remain relevant in the long run. So the Go Pluto help people in terms of precision matching with the right kind of people and doing the rightly deals, or right time deals, whether it can be commercial transition, it can be career guidance, or it can be anything. So that's the thesis behind the Go Pluto.
Okay. Mr. Amit Nagpal, running a very sustainable coffee empire like Blue Tokai sounds very dreamy, but can it be cheap? I mean,
You have to put this again.
I mean, what is the cost involved in, bringing that kind of sustainability goals, embedding it into your business? Is it a very high cost thing for a coffee chain? Or
So very relevant question. I'll take a minute to explain you about coffee and then answer this. Blue Tokai is a specialty coffee and it's really different than what is a commercial and mass product. For us, the brand is built on a thesis of sustainability, whether it's buying a coffee from the farmer to the way it's roasted to the way it's served to the consumer. It's make this space because of the focus on quality. So question is, can it be different than what it is? No. Is there additional cost to build the way it is? A substantial cost is there to build the way it is because it is a high product at a subsidized price to the market leader. So obviously there is an additional cost. How we offset it is a crucial question, and that is where the finance guy always challenge, because you can't play with brand thesis. That is how brand has been built. So what you play around is to offset by different ways, probably bringing automation in different ways, probably cutting down on the manning by automation, or bringing other ways or new channels of increasing the sales. Probably you find us across the channels today, Amazon, quick commerce, Zepto, and retail. So that was one way to diversify the additional cost by using a back-end synergy at all channels. So can't play with the quality, but has to be offset by other ways. So sustainability is built in the principles of the way brand is developed. So that way finance has to bind his hands and play around the other modes to ensure that profitability is coming out.
thank you. So one more chance for anybody to ask a question, if at all. Thank you very much for that great session, all the three panelists. Is there anyone? Okay. Over to you, Bhavana. Thank you.
The podium team, yes, thank you. Good morning. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, of course, we've got different sectoral CFOs on stage with us, given their perspective of sustainability and what drives them personally with keeping their brand vision in mind. I think they deserve a big, big round of applause for all they've contributed. And may we please request all of you to step forward, allow us an opportunity to get you all in one frame, and let's hashtag BW Best CFO as one word. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue as we thank all our eminent panelists. Thank you so much. So with this, we move ahead to our next conversation. And we're talking about our next conversation around CFO as national growth enabler. Well, we've always, from the start of the event today, spoken about CFO being the chief futuristic officer. Someone said chief future officer. All we're trying to say is they are the future, right? And now as national growth enablers, let's talk about CFOs driving India's $10 trillion vision amid the global disruption which is out here. And as the stage is already set, allow me an opportunity to now call upon our eminent panelists on stage, starting with our panel moderator, CFO of DTDC Express Limited, Anil Gambhir. Thank you, Anil, for joining us. May we also request CFO and Head Corporate Development of Goki, Rohit Parekh. Thank you, Rohit, for joining us. May we also request the CFO of IKS Health. Let's give it up for Nitya Balasubramanian. May I humbly invite the Senior Director of Finance, CFO South Asia Board Member, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Jitesh Kakaria. I believe Jitesh is still on the way, I'm assuming, or Jitesh is maybe outside the room. We'll get that relayed. We'd also like to call upon the CFO of CSB Bank Limited, Satish Gundevar. So with that, of course, we're requesting one of our panelists who's outside. We'll get that relayed to you. But in the time being, Anil, we'll just request you to continue with the conversation ahead. The team seems to have put one extra chair. We'll get that removed because they must be expecting another panelist. I think there's a communication relay which has gone wrong. But I'd like to leave it in your able hands, Mr. Gambhir, to take it forward.
Thank you, and good evening to you all. While we are talking about future, I think one very interesting news doing rounds. I don't know how many of you got this, which has got a major bearing on the Indian economy. News is about there's a possible oil discovery in Andaman Sea. Have you heard that news? Read? Right? So if right now topic here is 10 trillion economy, if that discovery was to get established, I think this topic will become irrelevant because Mr. Hardeep Puri has been on record saying that if that discovery is proven, then Indian economy will be 20 trillion economy. And that's where situation is. And there are some few facts which I thought I'll just share with you. I just noted down from the news article. So currently we import about 232 million ton of crude. And the oil find, which is estimated to be 12 billion barrel. So huge discovery. And in value terms, if you have to look at it, currently we import about 132 billion worth of crude every year. Now can you imagine if we have more than 50 years of oil found, that at current levels, 132 billion every year saved, and not fully saved because obviously there will be some exploration cost, but then huge money saving, that's what will get added to Indian economy. That's the kind of impact it will have on our country. Coming back to the topic, while till the time it's not confirmed, it's just news item, so we'll not speculate much on that. So today we know the situation which we are in. First, let's have a look at global economy. All of us know the way situation is, be it geopolitical situation, pandemic situation, again coming up, war-like situation. We earlier saw, Israel, Hamas, Philippines, and then we saw, prior to that we saw Ukraine, Russia, which is now very old news, sort of in almost 3 years. Then we ourselves found, in a controversy with our neighbors, with Pakistan, obviously off and on with China, geopolitical situation getting impacted. And then also we recently saw that again, Israel and Iran coming head on, and which currently situation is becoming bad to worse. I mean, that's a backdrop of global situation, and not to forget about Uncle Trump. And he has his own way of doing business, which has impact on global situation turning opposite. Where sourcing, earlier we used to talk about global village. Now people are focusing on country-specific things, how things need to be imported. So that's a backdrop of economy on the global front. Coming to India, I think situations very different. We are looking at very optimistically. While we spoke about 20 trillion, let's talk about what is already on the record. India is looking at becoming a manufacturing hub. Economy growing fastest, currently 4th largest, trying to become 7 trillion by 2030 and 10 trillion by 2032 through various measures which government has enabled. So in that backdrop, all our CFOs in the background, they are working with various disruptions. Apart from global and country level disruptions, we have our own competition, our own changes, digitalization, regulatory frame change work. All of these are creating, I'm sure, challenge for businesses. Given that scenario, still CFOs have to deliver, not only on a yearly basis, but also quarterly numbers. Many of them, when they are listed, they have to publish. Now, in this battle of currently situation is war, so let's talk about battle. So in this battle, our commanders, how they are working on. So we thought, let's deliberate here and see what strategy of their winning of battle they are deploying in their organizations, so that not only their organization grows, but also Indian economy also grows. So with that, I think panel has already been introduced. So I would, ask them to respond to how they are handling various situations. So turning to, Satish. First, Satish, amid persistent inflation and interest rate volatility, what new modeling approaches are CFOs adopting to safeguard margins, maintain liquidity, and plan for different economic scenario?
So as you said that amidst the global turmoil that we have been witnessing for almost more than 1 or 2 years, and if you see how the Indian economy has been performing for the last 1.5 to 2 years, I believe that the only bright spot that we see across the global economy is the Indian economy, which even today is pivoting towards 6.5, 6.7 kind of a growth, which probably is the highest in the world. And if the Indian economy is aspiring to go towards a 10 trillion economy or a 20 trillion economy, it is very important that financing is a very backbone of any kind of an economy, and banking sector, financial services sector plays a very important role. I would say the banking and financial services sector will be the backbone of this entire economic growth. If we see today from an external perspective, you see one can see that there are too many banks in India. There are large private sector banks, there are large public sector banks, there are small private sector banks, there are small finance banks and all that. But frankly, if you look at a little broader picture for the next, say, 15 to 20 years, probably India will require much more banks than what it is there, and much more larger banks to fund this kind of a growth. Now, coming back domestically in terms of what is the impact that banks have been seeing for the last 1.5 to 2 years, based on the domestic factors as well as what's happening in the global economy. What we have seen is for the last almost 12 to 13 months or more than that, we have seen severe liquidity crunch in the Indian economy, and that has resulted into increased cost of funding for the banks. The cost of funds has increased, the deposit growth has been muted, and within that, the current account, savings account growth has been decelerating for a long period of time. And largely because overall there was a deficit, liquidity deficit across the economy. However, if you see today, just a couple of weeks back, if you notice that the scenario currently is changing, and changing for good. We have seen successive interest rate cuts. First by 25 basis point cut in repo rate in February, then another 25 basis point cut in June, and very recently a very substantial, much more than expectation by any economist, the Reserve Bank of India cut the repo rate by 50 basis points. Along with that, they have taken multiple measures to improve the overall liquidity situation in the country. And that's the reason that certainly now we are into a liquidity surplus compared to a liquidity deficit in the economy. In addition to what was expected in terms of the repo rate cut, the Reserve Bank also announced a cut in the CRR ratio, which is a very major kind of a move starting from September, where 100 basis point cut in the CRR ratio will happen. That will provide further growth impetus to the economy. Banks will be left with a large amount of funds for lending. However, we should understand that what impact it had over a period of last 15, 16 months, that the cost of funding of the banks has increased, and a large portion of the funding, if you see, has been through not only by the deposits, but through the borrowings route, and borrowings is always a wholesale funding. So overall, the cost of funds of the banks has increased. And when the cost of fund of the banks increase, it is generally a sticky cost. And it will take about 2.5 quarters for really the impact to percolate down in terms of the cost of fund for the banking. However, the changes in the interest rate, and most of our retail loans in the banking sector, almost 30 to 40% of the advances are linked to externally benchmarked rates. So that is like repo rate. So almost 30 to 40% of the advances will get repriced quite immediately or maybe in a quarter or so. However, the cost of funds, as I said, will be sticky. So we believe that for next 2 to 3 quarters, there will be squeeze in the margins. If we see what was the profitability trajectory of the Indian banking sector, we have seen a decelerating profitability trajectory over the last 2 to 3 years. The profit growth, which was in the range of 25% to 30% in the banking sector in 2023, decelerated to around 16%, and even 25-26, analysts expect that the profit growth is going to be around 6% or 7%. So in the immediate term, there will be stress on the margins of the bank. There will be stress on the profitability. However, going forward from Q3 and Q4 onwards, we see that this scenario changing for banks, where the impact of lower cost of funds will start flowing into the cost of funds, and that will enable banks to lend better and lend profitably, I would say. So I would say that in sum and substance, the pain in the banking sector, probably we are seeing an end of it over a period of time. Last 7-8 quarters, we have seen that the pain on the NPAs to a large extent has subsided. There is still a residual pain, especially in the, I would say, the microfinance sector or the personal, I would say, the unsecured lending. However, that will not have a very significant impact in terms of the bank's balance sheet. So I would say that it is kind of a 2 quarters kind of a pain in the banking sector, and thereafter the banking sector should be doing pretty well.
Thanks, Satish. I think your words will be music to the ears of many CFOs sitting here, those who want to borrow money and invest, right? So, coming to you, Jitesh, we talk about deglobalization because of various tariffs being, put in by various countries, and more especially our US friend. In that scenario, can you share a recent example where your team identified and acted upon a growth of investment opportunity amid macroeconomic fragmentation and the broader trend of deglobalization?
Okay, so what we do normally is we support pharma and biopharma industry. We also do a lot of industrial products supply in the economy. So one of the focus areas in India was monitoring of pollution. So there are air monitoring systems which are done. Broadly, these systems were imported by India through China, and largely sold to pollution control boards or state governments. Now, the quality of local suppliers was not so great, and accordingly, either the quality installed at centers were low, or probably the cost of an imported equipment was high. We identified this opportunity while the government was trying to incentivize Make in India. We capitalized on that, and we set up a manufacturing setup in Chakan. What we do currently is we are a class 1 supplier now. We do that majorly in India, and we plan to increase our share of components assembled or manufactured in India. And at the same point of time, we have even established suppliers in this downstream process which can be integrated, and hopefully the quality of these air monitoring systems and the price can be matched to the pollution control board's expectation. Generally, these air quality monitoring systems are not only done for government, but for private sector, for whether it is cement, steel, or any other industry, there are requirements where you need to install that. So largely the reliance was reduced outside India, but at the same point of time, the contribution to the Indian economy was in terms of quality and price.
So that's a great example of Make in India or China plus one, so to say. So since we are talking about manufacturing, let's continue with you on our next question, which is how are CFOs capitalizing on India's manufacturing revival, PLI scheme, and recent policy reforms to drive capital allocation, enhance supply chain resilience, and boost competitiveness?
So I actually want to extend an example. The interaction with state governments or central governments are at a very, very different footings. We are in discussion with 3 state governments, and each of the state government wants us to invest in their, I would say, state, giving the maximum incentive they would like us to invest. For example,
we are trying to build antibodies. These antibodies are used in testing of a drug. Mostly these antibodies are imported from China or US. Now when we are planning to expand this capacity in India, each state government is trying to incentivize us because this will be a huge R&D capability set up in India. Similarly, on semiconductor and clean energy, there is a lot of investments flowing in the country, but those are fab manufacturing setups. In order to test a fab, there are certain equipments which are largely imported from outside. So the government is incentivizing the upstream and the downstream processes also to do manufacturing setups in India. So Anil, I was very, very surprised with the business-oriented mindset by a government officer or a government, state government, to say that this capability building in India will not only do jobs, but it will also upscale the quality of talent which is available, upscale the quality of manufacturing which is available. So we are not only de-risking Taiwan or Korea dependence on semiconductor clean energy, but we are trying to also build a greater amount of talent here. So the investments offered by government are really, really substantial and are really, really exciting for a conversation.
Super, thanks for that. So we all know there's a tension in the air because of war, because of various situations, and CFOs are handling unprecedented situations currently, where I keep saying that now CFOs need to get comfort in discomfort, meaning there's always discomfort. Something or the other is happening. It's no more situation which happens once in a while. It's almost every day there is some disruption or the other. If not, regulatory change will happen. Something, force majeure will happen. So there's always disruption, and which leads to tension. And turning that to Nithya on that. So Nithya, how do you manage the tension between delivering short-term returns and committing to long-term investments in areas like renewable, digital infrastructure or advanced manufacturing, especially in aligned with India's strategic growth agenda?
Thank you, Anil. I think it's an age-old dilemma, the balance, striking the right balance between short-term and the long-term. But I do believe the question is more relevant now, especially because in the context of India now trying to become a $10 trillion economy, you're now investing in projects that are no longer incrementally innovative, right? You're really talking about transformative innovation. You're talking about first in India, first in world kind of innovation. So these kind of innovations are obviously risky. They carry a very long gestation period, which is why now it's even more important to be able to balance the short term and the long term. And I think the way to spread the risk, right? It always carries a risk because there is a big reward at the end of it. The way to spread the risk would be, go after proof of concept before you're willing to scale up and make more investments, stage gate your investments. So there are some few things that we could potentially do to be able to manage the risk better. But that being said, I think you always need a healthy pipeline of both short-term investments as well as long-term. You need the short-term investments, you need those quick wins, one, to be able to demonstrate your capability, and two, to be able to generate the cash that's required to fund your long-term investments. And I would also say that let's not underestimate the sophistication of our public market and private market investors. I think they've genuinely matured in terms of their ability to be able to see the vision and see the reward at the end of the pot at the end of the tunnel. And I think as long as we are able to articulate the vision, articulate the risk and the reward that you're looking at, I think investors will be more than happy to support these long-term projects as well.
Thank you. I think when there's a word called tension, there's always underlying factor is the risk management, isn't it? So
I call it friction. I call it friction, and good friction, right? This is friction you want.
That's right. Absolutely. Thank you, Nithya, on that. So India is also known as a startup capital, and we will be now talking to Rohit on a startup. So Rohit, over to you. Startups have been new growth driver for the Indian economy. How are the startup CFOs are playing their role in building a scale, governance, and investor trust?
No, thanks, Anil. I'll probably start with some data points because a lot of people still think that startup is like a very niche thing. As per NASSCOM estimates, by 2030, startups would contribute almost 5% to India's GDP, right? Startups already are generating almost 5 million plus jobs. I'm counting both direct and indirect, right? So the impact which startups can create and the value which startups can add to the overall GDP is like proven by numbers now, right? I would say that, and specifically coming to the role of CFOs for startups, what has happened in the last, I would say, 3-4 years, has been a complete transformation of how startups have been operating, right? So while my friend Satish mentioned about margin profile changing a bit, for startups it has been a world of moving from negative losses to becoming profitable, right? Which has been a complete new world for a lot of them, right? And again, you would be reading in the press, a lot of startups have actually successfully done that pivot, right? I would believe that for most of them, the role played by the CFO has been one of the most important ones, right? Because coming from a state where nobody bothered about unit economics to actually figuring out the right economics, gross margin profile, and ultimately, to EBITDA. That is a journey which clearly a CFO can understand and then articulate to the team, right? Goes all the way down to framing the right KPIs, because ultimately once the team delivers that is when you move towards profitability, right? So clearly I would say that for startups specifically, the role of CFO has become very, very important in this journey towards profitability. I would also say that the corporate development role in the startups, invariably the CFO becomes the right person for that. Be it inorganic options, be it various partnership opportunities. And I mean, again, coming from a very personal experience at Goki, we started our UK and Saudi business in partnerships. So for instance, in the UK, we collaborated with one of the largest GP chains there. In Saudi, we partnered with the largest health insurance company there, right? So the importance of such partnerships becomes very, very important for startups who work on a lean team, lesser resources, I would say, compared to large organizations, but still have to deliver results, right? And I think the CFO, again, the CFO role fits in really, really well to understand how this can actually work on a numbers perspective. And again, just one data point specifically on the governance side. I mean, unfortunately, there've been some bad examples of startups. So the magnifying lens on startups becomes even more bigger, so to say. But I was reading somewhere that if you compare the bad startups, so where there's been some kind of wrongdoing, right? That percent in China obviously is much higher. India is lower than China, and we are kind of there compared to USA, right? See, ideally speaking, it should be zero. No, there should not be any wrongdoing, right? But if you look, so I would actually again think of Indian startups and CFOs doing a good job there, being kind of near to USA, right? So I would say yes. I think in all these things, if you were to analyze, I think the CFO role becomes really important.
Thank you, Rohit. And when you talk about a startup, obviously, apart from revenue profitability, what comes in mind is the capital, right? And who else can answer a question on capital other than the banker? So Satish, coming to you. So what strategies are you using to future-proof your capital structure and funding approach, especially in light of tightening global credit conditions and shifting investor expectations?
So one thing which is very important to understand is that bank as an entity is the most regulated entity. And like Anil was mentioning that there is never a normal time, because something or other will always be changing and that will impacting the performance of any bank. So if you look at it, especially for a listed entity and listed bank, there are too many balls in the air that CFOs has to manage. One, banking is an entity where for a growth you will require capital continuously because, of course, there is a concept of capital adequacy ratio and that has to be maintained. So if you grow, then you need to raise capital from the market from time to time. At the same time, there are multiple things to be managed, especially from an investor's perspective. Margin is a very simple word, but there are 5-6 things which impact the margins. One thing which I talked about is in terms of what is the customer interest rates and that impact based on the external benchmark, it will keep on going up and down. The second is the cost of fund. Cost of fund has an impact based on what is your current account savings account ratio, what is the cost of funds, what is the cost of deposits, and that has an impact in terms of your overall funding cost. That has overall impact on the margins. The next comes in terms is your cost income ratio, and there are multiple vectors in that. For banks, 3 or 4 major aspects which impact the cost income ratio. The biggest cost is the people cost, contributing almost 50% of the overall cost. And banks have to ensure that this cost is optimized very well in terms of how to ensure that the productivity is taken care of, at the same time increasing the workforce in the bank. Second is in the technology cost, and that is an ever-increasing kind of a cost, and most of the banks will be spending almost 8 to 10% of your OPEX in technology cost. A lot of that OPEX is not only just to run the bank, but also to grow the bank. And also there will be cost which will be incurred due to meet the regulatory requirements. The next is the distribution cost. Distribution cost is again an ever-increasing cost. Most of the banks are expanding. Though we have a digital world today where most of the transactions are done digitally, however, for acquiring customers and all that, we still require a physical branch presence, and that requires a humongous amount of investments. If all these things we are able to manage, the ultimate truth for any bank is in terms of the return on assets and return on equity, and that ultimately boils down to the profit that we make. So apart from your interest income, the other component is the fee income, which again is a very tough in the competitive world as to ensure that how to generate fee income, and that too a reasonable fee income to the average assets of the bank. And then of course what equity you require. So if you raise too much of a capital, growth capital, then that has a directly impact on the return on equity. So I can keep on talking in terms of what all things as a CFO one needs to manage. It's a very fine balance, and I would say that bankers who are able to manage that, they get rewarded by the market. So there is no one perfect answer in terms of how to manage the profitability, I would say.
Thanks, Satish, for your insight on this. I think we have quite a few more thoughts to share, but in the interest of time, we'll wind up. So over to you. Thank you. A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, may we please invite our eminent panelists to please join us in the center, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame. And if you enjoyed the conversation, please give them a big, big round of applause. So CFO as the national growth enabler driving the Indian $10 trillion vision amid the global disruption. I'm sure our eminent panelists were able to justify this topic. And of course, on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, let's get set as it is time to recognize the best in the industry. We're talking about the renowned awards right now, where we are looking at recognizing the best in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from those compelling discussions that we witnessed today, in the time now for the evening celebration. Well, in the morning we did talk about CFO as a strategic growth architect. We talk about CFO and AI imperative, how the journey from automation went to enterprise acceleration. We did talk about CFOs powering cost optimization, and we also did talk about CFO driving compliance. Towards the end, of course, we had real life tales from CFO wherein they spoke about their journey as a CFO on the crisis, clarity and courage. We also had some great talks with regards to workforce transformation, how CFO could lead that. And of course, how can we miss out the sustainability aspect which a CFO can drive. Now we are here to recognize the best in the industry with our evening celebration. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed my honor to welcome all of you to the BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025 in its 8th edition. Give the entire team a big, big round of applause for curating such a renowned platform for all of us to gather. We're here to celebrate and honor the trailblazers in the finance space, the pioneers who have demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication towards shaping the future of finance in India. I would once again like to thank our partners for today. Knowledge Partner, EY. Associate Partner, Resurgent India. Event Partners, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, and Beanley Coffee. I think our partners deserve a mighty round of applause in collaborating and making the 8th edition a huge success. But before we start with the awards ceremony, I would like to take a moment to thank our jury members for their deliberation and contribution in deciding the winners. Our jury chair is present amongst us here. Firstly, can we have a big, big round of applause for Partha Sarathi VS, who's taken out his valuable time and joined us in person. With his presence, of course, it only adds the golden touch we were looking at for this award. So may I now request the team to please play in the jury AV to show us a glimpse of the jury process.
Extremely happy to be a part of the CFO Awards jury to present the best CFO awards for the year. While there has been excellent participation from all the nominees, it was a great pleasure for me also to be associated with very experienced and knowledgeable jury members. A great experience for me too. The process adopted is well appreciated, where each candidate was required to make a brief presentation on their achievements. A very nice way to give them an opportunity to speak. While I congratulate all the winners, I also wish all the participants good luck and may you be successful in all your endeavors going ahead in future. Thank you.
Was delighted to participate in the evaluation of the nominations for the BW CFO Awards. What made it very unique and transparent was that it was formatted, it was presented by the CFO who had anyway written both the Word and the PPT in their own words. Many congratulations to all the awardees and all those who participated. You are the winners, because the only losers are those who didn't attend. God bless.
The Businessworld CFO Award is a great initiative to recognize the good work the CFOs are doing across different categories. It was great to see them present their work in different sectors and how they are making impact on the business. I was truly excited to be part of the jury, and really it was a great insight to learn how CFOs today are quite different from the CFOs during my days, and the type of impact they are making on the organization, on the country. Best wishes to those who have not won the award, and congratulations to those who have won the awards. Thank you.
I just went through the Business World CFO Award. It's an outstanding experience. I found it to be not only credible, but also highly transparent. Each participant was interviewed personally over the video, and there was nothing which was hidden. There are so many awards, but I did find this perhaps as one of the most credible ones. I sincerely wish each award winner the very best for his and her career. Thank you.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, get set as we're here to award the best in the industry. And let me remind you that today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all the BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels. So ensure that you put those winning shots out and publicize the entire platform with your showcase of winning. Also, our hashtag continues to be the same, hashtag BW Best CFO as one word. It's quite a humbling sight when you have Dr. Anurag Batra along with the jury chair exchanging pleasantries. With that being said, I'd now like to have the humble opportunity of inviting the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra, for his welcome note.
Give Bhavna a big round of applause. Clapping, as I said, is good for heart muscles. I'm happy to see Mr. Parthasarathy after a long time. I remember when we started in the first year, he was CFO of a very big conglomerate, and every community has superstars. It's not an overstatement to say that Mr. Parthasarathy is a superstar of the business community and especially the CFO community. So thank you, Mr. Parthasarathy, for chairing this CFO jury. Please give Mr. Parthasarathy a big round of applause. You know, he's a fantastic speaker, but I can only say, and I've met some of the winners, the mails went from my mail ID. I mean, I saw the list, but, you know, my EA sends out those mails. I was saying, in a world where you can buy almost anything, you can, I think today there's a price on the president of the US also, you can buy him. It could be $600 million, maybe 800, maybe $1 billion. I don't know. I mean, I don't have that kind of money. Otherwise, I would have tried. Our awards are done through a process. Now, no process is 100% accurate. It can be close to perfect. And as I keep saying, and I said it to one of my friends who's winning an award, I don't see him. Palak, why don't you come? Mr. Palak Shah is our managing editor. He's moderated a session. Does stories that get me lots of calls, and I like that as a story is an impact. Sometimes I can't handle those calls. They're such an important people who are very upset with his stories. So clearly he does something right. He was telling me about something very sensitive, and I always ask him, really? He has stories behind the story and things like that. If you read his byline, you know what kind of stories I'm talking of. Investigative. He's written a book on the markets. So I keep saying that it's an honest process. It's a process of awards, people being judged by people with data, you presenting. But there are only two people who are perfect. You know who? You know. Lord Shiva, I'm Hindu, and my wife. Rest, everybody is imperfect, okay? So clearly the awardees have been, you know, chosen through a awards process. And I want to tell you, this is the 8th year. In the 5th year, the event was at the Lalit NCP, and there was an awardee, and he had won in the previous edition, and he was on stage and he started crying. And sometimes people give us too much credit for their success or award. So he says, I got the award and I got promoted, and I had to go and say, you don't get promoted because of awards. I mean, we run the award, but I had to tell him that, you know, it may be one contribution at best. you get you get promoted because of your destiny, your hard work, your alignment with the organization, your contribution, and of course, recognition through the right platform, through the right process mentor. But he cried and we let him speak for 10 minutes and it was very emotional. We felt good that we do. In a world where you're constantly being judged, you're constantly being compared, you're constantly, sometimes you're dealing with stress, we're happy to encourage you and we do it through the right process. So I may use this opportunity to congratulate all of you. Mr. Mistry in the morning talked about what's happening macro in the environment and how does it augur for the CFOs. And the two things that I asked him in the morning, and let me say those. One is the role of Gen AI in making the job of a CFO easier. Because large CFO organizations using Gen AI are focusing on insights and decision making, and rather than using the middle of the CFO organization. In large organization can be 200 people. I mean, I know at least 10, 15 organizations, 300, 400 people in the CFO kind of sub-organization. So that's happening. Second is the shrinking tenure of a CFO, and to put it in a context, every CXO's tenure is shrinking. Whether it's a CMO who I know well, it's come down to 36 months. It was 60 months 10 years back, and progressively it has come down. In India, it's between 30 to 36 months. The tenure of a CFO has also come down. And again, recently, last year, a CFO, a very large MNC, became the CEO. Fernando Fernandez he's an Argentinian, of Levers, he was the CFO for almost 1.5 years before he became the CEO. But he was a person who started in purchase and in procurement, and then he became a business head, category head, and then country head. He grew and he knew the business. 44.5 years with Levers, so he knew the business really inside out. CFOs are clearly becoming CEOs, but the tenure has shrunk. And I think in every role, continuity matters. I think in the CFO role, it matters more than, in my understanding, it matters more than in any business. Because I don't have to evangelize the role of a CFO to you. You are the people who do it. I want to end by saying, I talked about this book in the morning called Fluke. I don't get any money on the sale of that book or all the books that I talk about. I wish I did. I'd not do anything else. But Mr. Parthasarathi, the book simply says that we give ourselves too much credit for our success and too little responsibility for our work in progress. I don't believe in failure. There's nothing called failure. It's called work in progress. In that sense, me and Rahul Gandhi are the same. We believe it's always work in progress. Tomorrow is his birthday, by the way. I'm a quizzer, that's why I remember. But, I can joke about both sides of the spectrum, though it's dangerous sometimes to joke about one side of the spectrum. But, it is his birthday, that's a fact. And he is work in progress, that's also a fact. As a media company, you're only factual about things. Rest is left to your imagination. So the book Fluke talks about the fact that everything is chance, luck, serendipity, preordainment, if you're a Hindu, prarabdha. So enjoy your life. And, the last 6 weeks have shown you in many incidents and how providence works. Somebody misses her flight and she gets saved. Somebody's food has more salt, so they don't reach the meadows in time and hence they get saved. And I talked about the fact that if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, the world would be a very different place, right? I mean, I can keep giving you examples from my life. Mr. Mistry talked about 2 examples that on 26/11 he was supposed to go to the hotel for dinner at Taj, and his doctor made him wait for 1 hour or more than an hour, so he didn't go and went home. He talked about the fact in 26/11 he was in the same building and something happened to his meeting, so he just left it a couple of hours. So clearly, whatever is written here, but good decisions come from experience. The people in this room have experience. All the best. Our winners have been selected by Mr. Parthasarathi and all the jury members. So I wish you luck. I hope we build a cohort of the BW CFO 40 under 40 winners. We grow this community. We tend to do these initiatives in Delhi, Bombay. I hope we are able to do this beyond Delhi, Bombay, in Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune, Ahmedabad, at least these 5 cities. So I wish you luck and congratulate all of you. I would take this opportunity to call Mr. Parthasarthi to say a few words. Please give Mr. Parthasarthi a big round of applause.
Thank you. What is the most difficult thing to do is to stand between people and their awards. Yeah, we are speaking, but they are saying, ki, Baba, jaldi karo na. So, but just, it'll not be a very long talk. I will make a few points. And thank you, Anurag, because I've been part of some of the momentous times that BW had. I still remember the last one, which was very momentous for us, is that we were selecting the best banker. And we gave the Lifetime Achievement Award to Aditya Puri. And I was the one handing over the award along with Anurag ji. And the Finance Minister of Maharashtra. And what happened is I said, this is the first time a Chela has to give award to the Guru. So it's very momentous in this, and I always believed that to be true. So thank you, Anurag, for always calling on us. It keeps us contemporary. Yeah. So this is, I'll sit in this position tomorrow. You will sit in that position, but it's always great to be there. The second one is about the book, and I will take some moments to talk about a different book. I just wrote a book. It will come in a few days, which is called The Anatomy of an M&A. Okay, this is my life experience about M&A, but I focused on Indian M&As. So, and I'll make money out of it. Okay, so you never make money out of books, but I'm just saying, I hope it'll give you some insights to M&As in India. I did 125 transactions, so I may have something to say about that. But that's more tidbits I picked on what Anurag ji said, and therefore I said, let me give a little bit, talk about that. But I wanted here to talk about what went on during the process that the jury did. And I'll try to give you my life experience. I said, anything that, we do, actually you can sum it up, what CFO does, into 5 words of 5 letters each. Just 5 words, 5 letters each. The first one is called yield. Second is climb. Third is unmix. Fourth is fable. And fifth is prime. Okay. So yield is kitna deti hai? If a CFO doesn't ask you what is the yield that he's getting out of the business, he'll not be a great CFO, right? So we looked at what kitna deti hai. So we asked, and everyone in the presentation talked about how they are contributing to the yield of the company, of their own personal journey. The climb, they talked about how they're making the organization grow. Some of them was inorganic, some of them was organic, but all of them were passionate. So they talked about how you grow this and make this a bigger enterprise. If you do yield, but if you don't do climb, you'll become a cash cow. Slowly it will start to vanish in future. So if you want to remain a North Star, you have to do yield and you have to do climb. But if you do both, it won't suffice. The third one is unmix. Business becomes complex whether you like it or not. And in today's world, every person tries very hard to make it complex. So once in a while, as CFOs, you have to stand back and say, how do I unmix it? How do I make it simplified? How do I cut the crap and make people, how do I go faster to the customer? And, just madam said, hey, kya bolti tu? So, we have to use, hey, yahi main bolu. So AI is going to be a very big tool in making it simplify, but AI is not necessarily the thing. It is us. We want to simplify, then we cut. For example, once I went to him and said, from tomorrow onwards, nobody will check any expense statement. You all can submit and you will be paid. So cutting everything, and everybody was getting payment the same day that they submitted the bill. This was an average of 20 days becoming 1 day in one stroke. Simplicity. And it was not that I was trusting everybody. Then I put a program, that time we used to call it machine learning, now we call it AI, which was doing on the background checks. If we caught somebody doing any fraud, then we did very harsh, but we unmixed it. We made it simple for all the good people to be able to immediately get what they wanted. So that was the unmixed part of it. The fourth one is fable. Part of the CFO community should be blamed for not tom-tomming their achievements as much as other functions do. Yeah, we are good at what we do, and then बोले अगर boss पूछे तुमने क्या किया? Sir, हमने अपना काम किया. So नहीं, you have to be a little bit more. You have to tell stories about how you grow. So fable becomes an important part. Legends are made from fables. When you talk about Harley Davidson, you will have story of how Harley Davidson become a legend. Whether you any of that you talk. I would like to talk about Mahindra also, but I'll refrain from doing it because you can't stop me then. The last one, these four I call the pillars. The accelerator comes from Prime. If you don't have corporate governance, all these four are not worth anything. So we saw in the jury how you have used corporate governance, where it is relevant, how you have talked about bringing controls, bringing everything into place, and put even corporate governance we do by how you told authentically the story that you talked about. And so that was the fifth one. So I've used 5 jargons of life to also say that we use this to validate your presentations. Not that the others would say the same way, but all of us heard it, all of us scored it, and 7 wise men to 9 wise men, depending on which session it was. All of us gave some, did that scoring, and that came out. Like Anurag ji said, it's possible that we made mistake. But the great thing about diverse people is that the bias is taken out. And if anything, it would be कि हमारे सुनने में कुछ गलती हुई, आपके कहने में कुछ गलती हुई. लेकिन मोटा मोटी, I think all the winners who have got that were shining examples of great work in the field of yield, climb, unmix, fable, and prime. So that's what came out to me. And what I would like to say is that, like I said in that little thing, to me, everyone who participated is the winner. Because the only people who are the losers are who didn't participate. So not only this, next time onwards, participate and write one, because it brings about the kind of competition. We move everyone when all the ships float up, and that's the context of participation. I loved always the participation. Now nobody lets me participate, so I'm on the other side, judging the participants. But as they say, whenever all of you call and say, it always feels, जब तुम मुझे अपना कहते हो, अपने पे गुरूर आ जाता है, चेहरे पे खुशी छा जाती है, आँखों में गुरूर आता है. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great address from our jury chair. Let's give him a big, big round of applause for all his contribution to the space. And as his lines clearly quoted, it's time for us now to begin the celebration. It's all about participation, putting that right foot forward and bringing in your best. And we know for a surety that today, whoever is going to be recognized are the best in the field. So congratulations in advance. Before we move ahead, just 2 things. One is towards the end, we'd request all of you to please stay back for the group photograph of all the winners of today's award. We'd love to celebrate you as a group and of course do a social media post celebrating all of you. So please remember that post the event, we're going to be having the iconic group shot, which will have all the winners in one. Also, after you've received the award, we request you to my stage left, which is your stage right. There's going to be an individual shot of yours as well, which is going to be publicized, which is going to be a solo shot of yours. So after you've received an award, our team is going to escort you for your personal photograph as well. So please ensure that your individual shots as well are taken. With that being said, it's time for us to begin with the award ceremony, but that cannot happen if you're going to be just staying put. We need to give ourselves a big, big round of applause and encourage all the excellence in the room. And with that, it's my humble opportunity to invite two of our presenters. Let's start with our jury chair, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Parthasarathi VS, along with Dr. Anurag Batra. Ladies and gentlemen, a mighty round of applause. And the celebration of the evening begins by using the hashtag BW Best CFO as one word. Let's begin with our first award. The first set of awards is organizational top category. Let's find out the subcategory. Could we put that on the screen for our team to view? The subcategory best use of data and analytics. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to... Congratulations, Safex Chemicals! Joining us on stage is Piyush Jindal, Joint MD and CFO of Safex. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. As the celebration continues, we move ahead to our next award. We'd request your attention on the screen. So under organizational as the main category, the subcategory being excellence in cost management. And the gold goes to... Congratulations, Reckitt! Joining us is Asha Gopalakrishnan, CFO South Asia of Reckitt. Let's give her a big, big round of applause as she accepts the award on behalf of Reckitt. Come on, to all the industry peer members, let's give her a mighty round of applause. These are your awards. And Reckitt adds the gold in excellence in cost management. And with that, we move ahead to our next subcategory. Under organizational as the main category, we talk about excellence in digital transformation in finance. And the gold goes to Arbor Investments. Joining us is Chirag Mehta, CFO of Arbor Investments. Let's give him a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let there not be a silent moment. Let the applause continue. And with that, we move ahead to our next award. Congratulations so far to all our winners. We continue under the main category of organizational, the subcategory being excellence in financial planning and analysis. The silver goes to congratulations, PNB Housing Finance. We have with us Chaitanya Yadav, National Head FP&A of PNB Housing Finance. Let's give Chaitanya a big round of applause on behalf of PNB Housing Finance. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Congratulations. And with that, we move ahead and transition to our next subcategory under our main category, once again being organizational. The subcategory we're talking about is excellence in investor relations. And the gold goes to, congratulations, Polycab India. Joining us on stage is Gandharva Pongia, Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer of Polycab India. Join me in applauding the team of Polycab India. And as this celebration continues, let's find out who's joining us next in the spotlight with our next award and our next subcategory. Stay tuned as we once again talk about our main category being organizational and the subcategory under that, excellence in mergers and acquisitions. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to, mighty congratulations, Aster DM Healthcare. Joining us is Hitesh Dada, the Chief Investor Relations and M&A Officer of Aster DM Healthcare. Let's give him a mighty round of applause in acknowledging the win of Aster DM Healthcare in excellence in mergers and acquisitions. Well, next, let's see who joins us on the winning side at our 8th edition of the BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025, where under organizational as the main category, we talk about excellence in mergers and acquisitions once again as a subcategory, but this time the gold goes to, let's give it up for Efficacious Knowledge Solutions. We have with us Nitya Balasubramanian, Group CFO of Efficacious Knowledge Solutions, along with her team who has joined us. Let's make it special for her by giving her a big round of applause. Congratulations. Come on, Mumbai, the energy cannot tip. We've just started with the awards.
Mr. Parthasarthi, is there a GST on clapping? Is there a GST on clapping now? There's no GST on clapping, Mr. Parthasarthi says. Clapping is good for your heart muscle, Mr. Kona. Someday you'll be up here in a few minutes. You'll need that applause, because if you don't applaud for others, people won't applaud for you. So please applaud for the winner. It's good for your heart muscle. No GST, and you will need it. So
let me also add something to it. Yeah, this is in Hindi. You can keep this as a quotable quote from now. आंखों में नमी और तालियों में कमी कभी नहीं होनी चाहिए.
I think after these two plugins, if you guys don't give them a big round of applause, and all our winners. So with that encouraging round of applause, let's see who joins us next in the spotlight with our next award. Ladies and gentlemen, right here at the 8th edition of BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025, under the main category organizational and the subcategory excellence in treasury and cash management, the silver goes to, congratulations, Credence Analytics Solutions. Joining us is Vedanshu Das, the Manager of Financial Planning and Analysis of Credence Analytics Solution. Let's give him a big round of applause, everyone. Excellence in Treasury and Cash Management. And joining us on the winning side next with our next award, let's request your attention towards the screen as we once again talk about our main category being organizational. And the subcategory is excellence in treasury and cash management. This time we talk about the gold in this subcategory, and that goes to Birla Soft. Congratulations. We have Anirban Thakur, Vice President Finance of Birla Soft, joining us. Let's give him a big, big round of applause and encourage his win. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about clapping throughout. And with that, we'd like to give a big thank you to our jury chair for joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Pakistani, for joining us. We request your company back for the final set of awards. So just for the time being, may I also request, as Dr. Anurag Batra is with us on stage, can I have the presence of our next set of panelists, our next set of presenters? My bad. Can I have the partner of finance transformation, EY? Let's give it up for Kumar Gaurav. And the managing editor of BW Businessworld, Palak Shah. So as our leaders have joined us on stage, we now transition from organizational to individual as the main category. Let's find out our winners. Let's gear up for the individual awards now at the 8th edition of BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025. The Best CFO in Financial Service. That goes to the gold, ladies and gentlemen. Pankaj Kavatia, CFO Strides Ventures. Well, Pankaj couldn't join us, so we have with us Sumit Hunt, Senior Manager of Finance of Stride Ventures, joining us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And our mighty congratulations to Pankaj on winning this award. And now let's move ahead to our next award in the individual category. If you're having a great time, give yourselves a big, big round of applause, everyone. This is all about a celebration of all the incredible CFOs. Once again, under the individual category, the best CFO in healthcare. And the silver goes to mighty congratulations, Alka Saxena, CFO, Redcliffe Labs. Let's give Ms. Saxena a big, big round of applause. Best CFO in healthcare. We all owe it to her with a mighty round of applause. And as the celebration continues, let's go ahead to our next award. Let's see who's joining us in the spotlight. Remember to continue with the hashtag BW Best CFO as one word. As next up in the individual category, we talk about the best CFO in consumer goods. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Umesh Parekh, CFO, Zydus Wellness. Well, Umesh couldn't join us. We have Mr. Arka Gupta, lead commercial function at Zydus Wellness, who is taking the award on his behalf. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, join us in applauding the best CFO in consumer goods, Umesh Parekh, CFO Zydus Wellness. And shining bright today, we're talking with our next award being, we request your attention on the screen as we talk about, ladies and gentlemen, at the 8th edition of the BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025, individual main category and the subcategory being Best CFO in Manufacturing. And the silver goes to, congratulations, Manapa Basapa, CFO of Intake EMS Electronics. He's joined us in person. Let's give him a big, big round of applause and celebrate his win. Come on, Mumbai, let's celebrate each other's win and continue that applause. There's a lot of hard work goes behind reaching this momentous occasion. And now let's see who's the mighty one who's joining us with our next award. Our next individual who's award worthy. We're talking about with our main category once again being individual, and under that let's head towards the best CFO in media and entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Priyanka Chaudhary, CFO, Geo Studios, Reliance Industries Media Business. So while Priyanka can join us in person, we have Himanshu Mistry, Senior Manager Public Relations, on behalf of Priyanka, taking this award. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Okay, he wants to capture this moment as well. Of course, Mr. Batra's smile is always encouraged in that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Himanshu Mistry on behalf of Priyanka. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. And mighty congratulations to Priyanka Chaudhary on bagging this win. Thank you so much. Well, truly, he's a senior manager of public relations. He was trying his level best to do all that. Thank you so much. And let's move ahead to our next award. The next award-worthy moment is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Under the individual main category, the best CFO in pharmaceutical. The gold goes to Narayan Saraf, CFO JD Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals. In moments like this, we salute one another and give each other a big, big round of applause. All the hard work behind this individual deserves a big round of applause from all the peers in this industry. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I'd like to humbly thank Palak. Palak, thank you so much for joining us, and maybe request both our dignitaries to stay back. And once again, for the final set of awards, let's re-invite our jury chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Parthasarathi a big, big round of applause as he joins us back for the final set of awards. Let's go ahead with our next award under the individual category. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're celebrating with the hashtag BW Best CFO as one word in all your winning posts Under individual, we now head towards the best CFO in retail. The silver goes to Amit Nagpal, CFO, Blue Tokai Coffee. But we just heard him in the panel. I think he deserves a big, big round of applause. Best CFO in retail, Amit Nagpal, CFO, Blue Tokai Coffee. Let's celebrate his win with a big, big round of applause. I think this time we'll do a coffee cheers on his win. And with that, let's go ahead to our next award. Ladies and gentlemen, these individuals have really worked into being recognized at this platform, and all of them deserve that award-worthy moment. Once again, under individual, we now move towards the best CFO in small enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver goes to Mayank Chaju, CFO, Hyphen Foods. Another great panelist of ours from today and a great speaker and leader. Let's give Mayank a big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, it's your awards, your industry. Let's make it a success and special for one another. I can continue with that applause. Why don't you join me as well? With the smiles being exchanged, let's move ahead to our next award and find out our next special awardee who is here to get recognized under the individual name category. And this time we talk about the best CFO in small enterprise. The gold goes to R. Nagarajan, CFO C-City. As Mr. Nagarajan makes way to the stage, let's celebrate his win with a big round of applause. And as they rightly said, there's no GST on applause yet, so why don't we utilize that and continue with that momentum. Mr. R. Nagarajan. And now joining us, and we hope all of us give an applause and make this moment even special as we talk about our next individual. Let's put that on the screen. And we hope your hashtags with hashtag BWBestCFO continues. Under individual, we now head towards the best woman CFO. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Nitya Balasubramanian, CFO, Inventurous Knowledge Solutions. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Nitya a big and a warmer round of applause as she bags the best woman CFO gold right here. And as those humble words come from the jury chair and all our presenters on stage, we now move ahead to the final award. We have two more awards on the other side under the individual category. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, these individuals are the ones who worked a lot to be recognized at this moment. Under individual main category, let's talk about the best CFO in large enterprise. And the silver goes to, congratulations, Svetlana Boldina, CFO, Nestle India. Well, Svetlana couldn't join us. We have with us Avik Gupta, Sales Co-Pilot, West Branch of Nestle India. Let's give Avik a big, big round of applause and congratulate, ladies and gentlemen, Svetlana Boldina, CFO, Nestle India. And for the final award, we spoke about the silver in this subcategory. I think it's high time we find out who's going to win the gold in this category. Once again, under individual, ladies and gentlemen, the best CFO in large enterprise. This time, the gold goes to, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen, Gandharv Tongya, Executive Director and CFO, Polycab India. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, the finale award right there. Let's give the maximum round of applause. Gandharv Tongya, mighty congratulations on bagging the gold in the best CFO in large enterprise. And with that, a big thank you to all our presenters. Let's give them once again a big, big round of applause. And with that, if we could have all our winners, be it the organization or individual awards, to please join us on the stage, firstly for the group photograph. Can we request you to please trophies on stage? We'd also request our presenters to please stay back and be in the frame. Of course, our jury chairs right here to be in this encouraging shot as well. May we please request our winners to not take much time. We'll give you 10 seconds. We know that you'll be swift enough to walk towards the stage and join us for this grand moment of having all of you on stage for the shot of the 8th edition BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025. May we urge all the winners, be it organizational or individual, to please join us on stage. We'd also urge you to please bring your trophies along. And this is going to be the final group photograph of the 8th edition of BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025. We have with us our presenters, our dignitaries. One final call, if anyone in the room is still left, please do join us on stage. Otherwise, we leave it to the photographer to cue in for the final shot. Ladies and gentlemen, for all the winners, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Thank you for those who, thank you for that applause. And of course, we'll give them a couple of seconds to get the best symmetry in the frame. Presenting to you the winners of the 8th edition of BW Best CFO and Finance Strategy Excellence Awards 2025 right here in Mumbai. As we celebrate the win and the excellence of all the CFOs, the organizations who've gone beyond and proven their mettle, once again, a hearty congratulations. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we leave you with partner presentations and AVs. And we'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining us. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today. But meanwhile, can we now have the partner AVs on the screen? Knowledge Partner EY, Associate Partner Resurgent India.